We're going to start the External Affairs Committee meeting here. Can we start with a Pledge of Allegiance? We'll call this meeting to order at 8:32. Take a moment. We did that. In compliance with the notification requirements of the Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on using the gray button on the top of them. They are on when the light is blue. Okay, we have our meeting minutes from July 12th, 2024. Are any corrections or additions to those? None being seen. Can I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion. I'll make the motion to approve.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. I would like to ask the chairs of the advisory councils to provide updates on activities since the last meeting. Business Advisory Council, Rob, is Rob here?
Yes, sir. Everything is in the packet. If there's any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions for Rob? And the Community Advisory Council, that information is in the packet. The Rural Advisory Council, also that information is in the packet. And the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council, the same, that information is in the packet. Is anybody signed in to speak today? No one signed in to speak. No executive director report today. Action items. 2025 legislative agenda. Gonna have Grace and Bev.
Yeah, good morning. Once a year, we update, let's get the presentation. Once a year, we provide to the External Affairs Committee our draft legislative priorities for the upcoming year. We hope today that you'll give us input into those priorities. We are updating this year or making some recommendations to update the federal and state priorities. We normally have kept them consistent over the last number of years, but a few changes are warranted, so we'll be requesting those. And we hope that this will be a vigorous discussion and we will incorporate your input into the final document. And Bev will take it from here.
Good morning to the chair, members of the committee. I'm Bev Bertzloff, Associate Director of Government Affairs. As Grace explained, we'll be talking about our legislative agenda for 2025. And we'll be asking that you recommend this item to the executive committee for consideration of placement on the December 2024 Board of Directors agenda. And previously, the Board of Directors adopted Resolution 2023-46, which adopted the 2024 legislative agenda. So this is something we do every year, and we always ask the External Affairs Committee to provide input and recommend the coming year's legislative agenda. And just keep in mind, the legislative agenda really is sort of a summary of our high-level priorities. We don't get into a lot of detail in this document. We try to keep it somewhat general. It's 4 pages. And most years we have very minor updates. Now for 2025, we're considering a few additional updates, or a little more than usual. And we're updating both the style and some content. We had robust discussion and input in September at our advisory council meetings. We have a business advisory council, as you know, the community advisory council, rural advisory council, and emerging leaders. And they had some great input. And we'll talk about that. So we're unveiling the new look here. Our public affairs team did a refresh of our legislative agenda and gave it a much more updated, modern look, and it now conforms to our new branding and style. So 1 page shows our federal priorities, as you know, and we will still have, you can see the 2024 agenda and the 2025 draft agenda still has 3 priorities. Just made 1 minor change on the federal side. More changes are being proposed on the state side. But for the federal side, what changed is in priority 3, we've added where we say incorporate safety, sustainability, multimodalism in planning and funding. NOACA advocates that Congress should include safety, sustainability, and multimodalism as specific priorities within state and local MPO planning requirements. A specific focus should be to include public transit, passenger rail, Hyperloop, and bicycle pedestrian funding programs. So we're really just adding those 3 words, and bicycle pedestrian. Really wasn't in our federal priorities before. And as Congress begins the job of looking at its next reauthorization of the Surface Transportation Act, which will be happening in the next couple years, we're already having discussions with some of our peer groups. We just wanted to make sure that because that's become a very important part of our transportation system here in Northeast Ohio. So that was something that our councils supported. And then, and feel free to interrupt at any point, or we can discuss at the end, either way. Moving on to the state priorities, you can see the old version next to the new version for 2025. Now, in this case, we had 2 priorities in the past at the state level. We're adding a 3rd priority. And I can talk about that in more detail. So, and we're also adding some additional language on priority 2. Priority 2 is advocate for the inclusion of multimodal transportation within state programs and funding. And we just tweaked the language a little bit. I have, I pulled these out on separate slides, so it's easier for you to read. This was the old language. As for the new language, what we're adding here is that NOACA advocates that the Ohio General Assembly provide sufficient funding for both capital and operating costs to support the development and preservation of non-automobile transportation, particularly public transit. That was there before, and we're adding, which should be funded in a manner that reflects and enhances local and regional investments. And that's important because when they start to divvy up transit funding, you know, we want that to reflect the fact that our region has invested. We pay, you know, we pay a sales tax for public transit, and some regions aren't doing that. And so we feel that our investment should be rewarded. So that's the purpose for that line. And then we've sort of tweaked the second paragraph there. and said NOACA continues to support the recommendations of ODOT's 2015 Transit Needs Study, which proposed bringing Ohio's public transportation network to a state of good repair and doubling statewide investment in public transit, with the state of Ohio investing in the operating and capital costs of needed service. This was ODOT in 2015 writing this, and of course, we're still not there. And then we've added, in fact, NOACA supports the creation of a dedicated long-term source of transit funding. NOACA also advocates for increased funding for passenger rail, bicycle, pedestrian, and other forms of multimodal transportation facilities and operating assistance. So those are the changes to our second priority. And then we've added an entirely new third priority at the state level. Advocate for state transportation programs, policies, and funding that will improve transportation safety, air and water quality, climate pollution reduction and resilience, and economic development opportunities. So these were previously not part of our state priorities. And we feel like with, the work that we've been doing most recently here at NOACA and with our advocacy program, government affairs, we've been meeting with all of our legislators at the state level. We've been talking about all these issues. And so we decided that it might be time to add them. And our advisory councils were very much in support. So, and then this is the last page, which really hasn't changed except for the style update. And these were included in your packet. So at this point, looking for feedback, discussion, thoughts.
Bev, going back to the federal priorities, where is the Hyperloop? Is that still an active thing that we are pursuing?
Well, at this point at the federal level, they had created an office to look at innovative new and emerging transportation solutions. So we continue to support that. We continue to think that, we want to be at the cutting edge, and we want to be supportive of the next best sustainable transportation solutions. So I wouldn't say it's a big part of our advocacy at this point, but we support funding for that program, and that will be an issue again with the reauthorization, I'm sure, coming up.
All right, thank you.
Dale?
So I'd like to follow up on that, and I know that a couple years ago, it was like Hyperloop was charging forward, and we were doing these preliminary studies, and we were talking like this was getting ready to go, and then somehow something changed, and this got put on the back burner. Can you explain what happened that moved Hyperloop off of that positive track that it was on?
I'll start here, and then maybe Grace will weigh in. I mean, I think a lot of what happened was the private sector has kind of, I don't know what's the right word, pulled back its support. Maybe the funding wasn't there. Grace, do you want to weigh in on that?
It actually is more about the administration in the private sector. So under the prior administration, the private sector and the federal government had a better partnership. When the current administration took over, they were not as interested in Hyperloop. The office still exists, and they still take meetings and working, and they're still doing some things with the private sector, but it's on a much, much lower scale. And then at the same time, one of the major companies that was pushing forward with Hyperloop chose not to be able to do passenger anymore. They're only focusing on freight. So that changed it a little bit as well. So there are two companies now that are still focusing on passenger. One of them I know is the company that we worked with, and that company is still considering a move to Cleveland area for their headquarters because they do believe that the Great Lakes Hyperloop is the most viable in the world. They're currently in Los Angeles.
Grace, do you know if they were going to build some test ones? I think in Dubai. Do you know if those ever went
So
forth?
they had built some test versions in Toulouse, France. They had done some work in Dubai, right? They currently have a test version that is being built in Italy. And they had talked about, and I don't know where this stands, a test version here in Cleveland from here to, or I shouldn't say from here, either at the NASA Plumbrook facility or somewhere here in Brook Park.
Yeah, and I would just say certainly our main focus is on passenger rail and seeing that progress to eventually high-speed rail in our country. You know, we view Hyperloop as just a someday extension of that, of an improvement on the technology.
And I think that's exactly right. We're just keeping our options open, and we did do the feasibility study, and it was a successful feasibility study. It has given us a lot of exposure, positive exposure. And I think we just continue to think that depending on where the private sector and the federal government go, we would just like to be ready for them when they are ready to go.
Any other comments, questions?
Under your state priorities, you mentioned item 2, a type of reward which should be funded in a manner reflects enhances local and regional investments. Those are things that are currently, I would look at them as Cleveland, Cuyahoga, Lake County centric. Lorain County is trying to move ahead with new transportation, and I'm wondering what you can add for those newer startup types that could occur in some collar counties.
Well, I don't think that this language in any way hurts. In fact, I think it does. It supports, you know, it supports the idea that communities that are taking action themselves, as Lorain County is, that are trying to push, you know, to move forward with better transit. I think it basically states that they should be rewarded. The communities that are really, you know, making an effort to improve public transit should be rewarded.
Yeah, I'll also add that the words Ohio, with the state of Ohio investing in the operating and capital costs of needed service is very important for counties like Lorain. You're able to get capital funding pretty easily, as are most transit agencies, because the federal government provides funding for capital. They do not provide any funding for operating. So by us looking to the state to increase their investment in operating, that does help a county like Lorain County.
Any further?
I'll just make one other comment. I'm just glad to see the word safety incorporated in here even more. I think we've heard from some of the board conversations. Obviously that's a huge concern here and everywhere, but I'm just really glad to see that you've added that in more intentionally on the state level, and it already existed on the federal side. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. That has become, you know, one of our bigger focuses with our government affairs, with our advocacy. We've heard that from many board members, and I'll talk later in my government affairs report about that and the fact that we're doing a safety summit in early December that we hope to see you all at. So,
Anything further? Can I have a motion to approve those changes?
So moved.
Yeah. Second? Anybody? Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved.
Thank you.
Now we have a presentation on climate action planning, public engagement update from Joel Ratner.
Good morning, everybody. Glad to be here and hope you're doing well. As you know, as part of the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, we are now engaging in partnership with the City of Cleveland and Cuyahoga on public engagement. So I'm going to give you a high level and brief overview of what we're working on. I'm glad to be here. As you know, my firm is Joel Ratner Community Partnership, and glad to have the opportunity to be working with NOACA again. As you know, we did a previous round. NOACA very much was a strong leader before the federal government even had created the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant in doing climate action planning. So I worked with a number of you, I guess it's over a year ago now, and we did about 30 engagement sessions around the 5 counties. We spent a lot of time in a lot of places and approximately 700 people, over 700 people signed into those sessions. So we had a very robust set of discussions, as many of you will recall, and found, again, a lot of support and interest in climate action planning. For this grant, for this effort, there's going to be 2 rounds of outreach. The first we're moving into, so it's the fall of 2024. We'll be sharing the priority action plan, and it will include an update on greenhouse gas emissions is the plan that as it becomes available, discussion of the regional climate action priorities, and just to give residents a sense of where we are in the arc of planning. As you know, the overall final PCAP is due in, or the CCAP, excuse me, is due in December of 2025. So we're just going to be sharing overall the planning. And then in spring, so probably it'll be April-ish, there'll be an update. And again, we'll go back out into the community. There is an emphasis on engaging low-income and disadvantaged communities in this grant. And you can see the map of those communities. They're in blue. NOACA is not doing the engagement, so I'm not directly doing the engagement in Cuyahoga County. Again, our partners, the City of Cleveland and the county, are working on that. So we are doing essentially the blue areas, or the red dots in Geauga Lake, Lorraine, and Medina. You may notice there are no red dots or blue areas in Medina. So we are going to be doing outreach in Medina, but technically there are no areas that qualify as LIDAC according to the EPA's definition. Again, I mentioned that the City of Cleveland and Cuyahoga County are doing, and there are substantial low-income and disadvantaged communities in Cuyahoga County. So that's where the largest populations that fit the EPA description are. Some sessions that have been scheduled. A week from Monday, we're doing our first session. We're working, as EPA has asked us to do, with local partners. So OLA Ohio has been willing to work with us. So they're scheduling 2 sessions in Lake County. And again, in Lake County, Painesville includes the LIDAC areas. And then we have that session in Medina. We're currently scheduling sessions in in Lorraine. The partners in Lorraine include Lorraine City Schools, the Elyria YWCA, Elyria City Schools, El Centro, and United Way. So they're all working with me. It's not clear how many sessions we'll have because some of them may partner up. And in Geauga, it looks like we will use the Swine Creek Lodge as the location for our groups, and we'll probably be having two sessions there, one during the day and one in the evening. The Farm Bureau has been in conversations with us about engaging people in Geauga County. The LIDAC areas are on the eastern edge of the county around Middlefield, et cetera. So it's a great opportunity and a little bit of a challenge to do engagement there because it's a different set of partners than I've worked with sometimes in the past. So the Farm Bureau has been a useful partner. So, and the parks district has suggested Swine Creek Lodge was ideal location. Well, at these sessions, we will again introduce NOACA. We'll provide background on the planning process, the climate pollution reduction grant, explaining a little bit about what it is, a background on air quality, pollution, and greenhouse gas emissions reduction. And then there'll be a discussion of the priority climate action plan, those regional priorities and next steps. So that's what will be happening in those November sessions. The regional priorities that were identified in the initial PCAP that was submitted earlier this year are in front of you. So that's something which I think you've seen before, but we'll be sharing those with the public and engaging these low-income and disadvantaged communities around these topics, trying to better understand what these priorities mean for those low-income populations. That's where we are as the full schedule of meetings is developed, which will probably be ready in a week to 10 days. Happy to share that with you. Obviously, NOACA will have access to the additional meetings scheduled in Geauga and Lorraine, in addition to the ones already scheduled.
Anybody have any questions for Joel or comments?
Couple of things.
Dale?
So, the work that's being done in Cuyahoga County in the city of Cleveland by the partners, is it going to be generally very similar in timing and format to what you're doing, or are they completely on their own and it could be a completely different timing and format?
We have a regular conversation with the city of Cleveland, but I think I would say the city of Cleveland should answer that since they're in the room. I think your mic's not on.
Sarah O'Keefe, City of Cleveland. Councilman, we are working in the city of Cleveland. With our partner called Case Western Reserve University, we've already engaged in the city of Cleveland on climate action planning that rolls up into the regional climate action plan. With community roundtables and educational workshops that follow a similar kind of organization where we co-create the session with a community-based organization in order to reach the populations that we're trying to outreach with.
Okay.
Yeah. So the schedule is a little bit different to answer the question.
Okay. And the other thing, could you go back to the last slide? I'd like to take a picture of it. Thank you.
We're currently preparing a document as well that we'll be using in these sessions. So the regional priorities will be shared and people can take it home. So that will be kind of the handout that we're using in the November sessions. There's some in October. So the October and November sessions, everyone will get the regional priorities listing. And that will be, it's the basis of the conversation. Please.
Bill, quick question. Did you say that all of the sessions are posted on a website somewhere?
Not yet. No,
They will be.
not yet, but they can be, they will be it probably in a week or 10 days, I would say, as soon as we're all set there. Again, we're nailing down the dates for in Lorraine and Geauga still,
Thank you.
but happy to share them. They should be available shortly.
Okay, certainly you said that they'd be posted on our website. Will NOACA be sending all of this out to membership for this?
I don't think that was necessarily in our plan, but we can certainly do that.
So to the point of it being posted to the website for those other counties, will Cuyahoga County and the city of Cleveland outreach events also be posted to the site and can be included in those distributions?
Yes, we can certainly do that. We can coordinate so that they're also posted. Sure.
Any further discussion or questions? Thank you, Joel.
Thank you.
We have a government affairs update by Bev.
Morning again. This time I'm going to just give a quick update on our government affairs activity over the last 3 months since you last met. No action is requested and there's no previous action on this item. So the last presentation was looking forward as we, contemplated some updates to our legislative agenda for 2025. This presentation is looking back at what we've been working on over the last 3 months, just to keep you updated, answer any questions, and as always, welcome your input. Again, we base everything we do on our legislative agenda and the priorities that are named therein on the federal and state side. And as you all know, in addition to the legislative agenda, we do produce this other document called our Federal and State Initiatives for Action, the two-sided document that gives a little more detail on how we will put those legislative agenda priorities into action. So as we update our legislative agenda for 2025, we'll be updating this document as well. This doesn't require board approval. It's really a guide for us to help us stay on track and make sure that we're doing those specific action items that will advance the agenda. So I'll talk a little bit about initiatives on the federal side. There are already discussions beginning about reauthorization of the next surface transportation reauthorization will be coming up when the IIJA, or Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, comes to the end of its life. It runs through 2026, and it seems like we just got the infrastructure law, and already we're talking about the next one. So we have been engaged in policy discussions with our partners at the national level, the national organizations that we belong to, AMPO and NARC, the National Association of Regional Councils, and the Association of Metropolitan Policy Organizations. So here are some of the things that are being discussed at the national level for the next reauthorization. What is the appropriate level of planning funds for MPOs? Should there be changes to the local match requirements for some of the federal funding that is available? Obviously, higher local matches present a barrier to accessing some of the federal funds that are out there. So there's been a lot of talk about reducing those local match requirements, talk about more direct funding to MPOs, metropolitan planning organizations like NOACA, changes to discretionary grant programs, looking at do we have too many discretionary grant programs? And with the IIJA, as you're all aware, that law created dozens of new grant programs that sent everybody scrambling. And frankly, the administration has had a hard time even keeping up with staffing all those grant programs. So that's been a big topic of discussion. Also looking at transportation revenue options. it's, continues to be a discussion. What happens as the Highway Trust Fund is no longer bringing in enough gas tax revenue to pay for our transportation programs. More and more transportation programs are being funded out of, general US Treasury dollars. And then finally, discussion about allowing more carryover of federal funds that would help regions and communities executing large, complex projects that may need more time to advance. So in terms of funding through the IIJA and also the Inflation Reduction Act, NOACA, we continue to, we're advocating this year, right now, that Congress fully fund transportation programs for fiscal year 2025. As you've probably heard, Congress didn't reach agreement on appropriations on budget for FY25, and they recessed for through the elections, and they'll come back in for a lame duck session after the presidential election. And at that time, they will take up funding bills again, and we are advocating that Congress fully fund the transportation programs for fiscal year 2025 as authorized in the IIJA. The House version of the funding bill includes drastic cuts to transit and rail funding and some other programs as well. So we're asking that those programs be funded at the level that Congress previously authorized in the IIJA. In addition to that, we at NOACA continue to administer our IIJA strategy to ensure that the region's highest priorities seek funding through all of those various grant programs that were established. I think you're all pretty familiar with the strategy. It was lays out all those funding programs for 5 years and shows each year which project is slotted to apply for each of those grant programs. In the beginning, there was a rush. Everyone had their projects and wanted to get their projects in there and apply for funding, and that's great. Now, as we move toward the last couple years of the IIJA, we do have a lot of open slots. We have a lot of places where there are grant programs, and we don't have a project from our region that is lined up to apply for those dollars. So we're asking everyone to go back and look at the strategy, and we're going to hold a workshop in January to bring everyone together and talk about that again and make sure that our region is capturing as much of this discretionary grant funding as possible. And again, anytime you apply for grant funding, be sure to let NOACA know so we can provide that letter of support. We do ask for 2 weeks' notice. These are some recent funding awards that have been made in the last 3 months. A number from USDOT. You can see there for GCRTA, EVs, a couple safety grants for Lorain County, Cuyahoga County Planning Commission, City of Lorain got a raise grant, Cleveland Metro Parks got a raise grant, and several grants for local airports. And then also through US EPA and the EDA, the Economic Development Administration, there was funding provided. The biggest grant our region's seen in a while was through the US EPA, $129 million to Cuyahoga County, the City of Painesville, and the City of Cleveland through the US EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program to implement their project Municipal Empowerment for Clean Energy and Conservation. So congratulations to those recipients. Good job. And that was in part relied on the work that NOACA and the City of Cleveland have done together to create a climate action plan for the region. And our priority climate action plan was the basis for that application. In addition, Team NEO won a grant through the EDA for their Arizona Economic Catalyst Plan. And then our Vibrant NEO NOACA Coalition received more funding for our Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund. We already had received $1 million, and because we were making loans through that fund, we've received an additional $1 million. So, and I wanted to note that coming soon, like in the next week or so, we'll have an update to our funding page on the NOACA website. It will provide resources for our communities to find available funding related to transportation, environment, and economic development. So we hope this will be a useful tool that will help, there'll be a sort of a one-stop shop. You can go and we will have listed currently available funding opportunities at any given moment, what's open, which grant programs are accepting applications. So that's coming soon. On the state side, with our state legislature, we've been holding meetings with our State House delegation. These have been one-on-one meetings while they're not in session, and they're mostly up here in Northeast Ohio. They have been very gracious in sitting down with us and talking about what our state level priorities are. So we have been talking about the transportation budget and what we would like to see, as well as other issues. These are some of the meetings that we've held recently with a number of our legislators, and we're scheduling more between now and the election. And these have been really helpful. Some of the items we've discussed that relate to the budget that the governor will unveil in January for the 26-27 state transportation budget are supporting increased transit funding, the issue of long-term transportation revenue. Similar to the federal level, the state gas tax also is not keeping up with demand. So that's going to be an issue. We'll be interested in hearing what the governor proposes. He's kind of floated the idea of a gas tax increase, but we'll see what he proposes formally with his transportation budget. We talk about funding equity for Northeast Ohio, trying to ensure that our communities get back what they put in to the state gas tax fund. And we want to, again, oppose any project or policy writers that are inconsistent with NOACA plans and policies. As many of you are aware, the last transportation budget, the last go around, had some surprises in it, and we had to run down to Columbus and try to fight those off. The one that would have killed our Superior Midway project here in Cleveland. Another one that created a new formula that would require interstate interchanges at certain locations, including, well, actually only at one location specifically, between Cuyahoga and Medina County. So those are some of the things we've discussed. We've also discussed with them the need to fund and support passenger rail, since Ohio won 3 grants through the Federal Corridor ID program to establish to study establishing new passenger rail corridors throughout the state. We've been discussing employee mobility and funding to help employers get workers to the job sites. Brownfield funding has been a big topic of our discussions. Clean air and water funding, economic development funding, and making sure that they're aware of the CEDS, the new comprehensive economic development strategy that NOACA has had approved. And we've been talking a lot about transportation safety. So again, we remain active in efforts to overturn the interstate interchange language that was in the last transportation budget. NOACA has testified several times over the past 2 years, both in person and in writing, written testimony. And following NOACA testimony in House and Senate committees this past late summer, the Senate did approve a bill to overturn that previous interstate language. And that bill now moves to the House. We'll see if that gets taken up in the lame duck session in the legislature. Important to that discussion is that the NOACA board did approve a contract to conduct the planning study for that area at its September meeting. We continue to work with a coalition called Ohioans for Safe Streets, the statewide organization, sort of a grassroots group that keeps growing. And some of our short-term goals are to support House Bill 490, which is a World Day of Remembrance for traffic road victims, to bring attention to the issue. And then we hope to work with ODOT to increase local control over speed limits in our communities. And we are seeking bipartisan legislative support to amend the Ohio Revised Code to provide that local flexibility. Along those lines, we're bringing back NOACA Transportation Day. It's something that we held for years. It was an annual event, kind of got sidelined during COVID. We're going to bring it back this year. It's scheduled for December 3rd on a Tuesday in the morning, half-day event, and we hope you all can attend. We're making the theme of this Transportation Day will be transportation safety. It'll be over at Tri-C, and more details and agenda will follow. But we hope that it will be a productive day that will give some real concrete advice on how to improve safety in communities, how to better advocate for transportation safety, and how to seek funding for transportation safety initiatives. And on that issue of employee mobility, there's specifically a bill that we've been focused on, House Bill 340, creates new employer workforce mobility grants. Great idea, except that the bill limits grants to counties under 50,000, which means nobody in our region could access those dollars. So we've been asking our legislators to consider amendments that would expand that to larger counties, including, we believe every county has issues with workforce mobility, and it shouldn't be limited to small counties in population. We also would like to see that programs like NOACA's van pool program and our Ohio commute van pools could be eligible for funding through this legislation. Also just wanted to mention something that we just learned 2 days ago, that Ohio Representatives Dan Troy and Scott Oelslager are proposing to reauthorize funding for the state capital improvement program, known as the Issue 2 Public Works Program. So this would reauthorize that program for 10 years. It proposes to increase the annual cap on the debt to cover the cost of local infrastructure improvements. This would have to, if approved by the Ohio legislature, then it has to go on the ballot to the voters in May. But this is a great program that provides grants and loans for local infrastructure improvements. So something that would be, I'm sure, of interest to our communities. So those are the things that we've been following and working on. Open to questions, discussion.
Any questions for Bev? Dale?
So, when does the IIJA expire?
It funds through 2026.
And, is that the operating transportation bill for the country at this time, or is there a separate transportation bill?
No, it is the surface transportation bill. So they basically, when they reauthorized the surface transportation bill, they then added in a whole slew of new programs and made it the infrastructure law at the same time. But it's the same law. So I think the question Congress is looking at is, do we want to continue with that larger, infrastructure law, or do we want to go back to a more scaled back traditional surface transportation law? So that's probably the first big question that they'll have to answer.
And I would just like to commend your efforts on keeping an eye on all this legislation, particularly the thing about the grants for transportation mobility, which could be extremely helpful, but it's only proposed for smaller counties. And if we get all the larger counties together and advocate for doing that statewide, we could have a good program to address a very important economic development issue and workforce development issue. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. And yes, that is an important issue. I mean, it really ties together what we work on here with transportation and economic development. So workforce mobility is a big priority.
Rich?
Yes.
I've got a question for Bev, I guess. As I drive around, I see more and more, electric cars. And I personally know two people that actually just purchased the Teslas. So, obviously as you talked about, we've talked about here, we have less, gas tax revenue coming in. So, where is the state exactly, looking at the, vehicle miles traveled approach? Because I think the transformation of this, I think, is happening maybe faster than we may have thought it would.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's it's a great question. I think it is happening. We're really seeing those revenues decline at both federal level, and then every state's having the same problem. And our transportation funding has always been based on a concept of user pays. So we drive, we pay, we pay to maintain those roads and bridges and such. But it's becoming difficult with the gas tax. Now, the state of Ohio did conduct a study. ODOT conducted a study. Grace was part of that. She represented MPOs on a study group looking at various options. Grace, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So last year we undertook a study, and the conclusion was that there are probably a number of options that are better than the gas tax, but that they would not be separate. It would be an augmentation of the gas tax. So the gas tax would stay in place. And then there's a number of other options available to supplement, the most viable one being the vehicle miles traveled. The challenge with that one, of course, is how would you implement it? We can discuss what challenge really is and how we can make that happen. But at this point, after the study was concluded, we turned the report in, and at this point, it's just under advisement. There has not been any action that has been taken as a result. I do want to let you know, though, that with the electric vehicles and with hybrid vehicles, there is a separate charge that is intended to approximate what it would cost if you did have an internal combustion engine. And so they do pay, I think hybrid is $150 and electric vehicle is $200 at registration. They pay because they don't pay the gas tax. So in the state of Ohio, at least at the state level, there is a proxy and they're collecting some gas taxes. In fact, some argue that it's greater than what you pay if you have an internal combustion engine. So from that point, we're really not losing revenue with the EVs or the hybrids. But nevertheless, as this continues to move forward and more vehicles are purchased as the adoption rates increase, there is going to have to be something that's done that is more equitable.
Any further questions?
May I make a comment?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Due to the nature of how agencies are set up, DOTs and toll agencies and all that, unfortunately, there's very little conversation between the two nationwide, but I suggest to you that VMTs are implemented across our country every day. They are under the umbrella of a dirty four-letter word called toll. But the fact is, if you look at how those tolls are implemented and how the money changes hands between agencies every night, hundreds of millions of dollars change hand between agencies every night through a hub that all toll agencies have created seamlessly, and all the way from California to Maine, of course, Ohio as well. Those formulas are based on vehicle miles traveled. It's an equitable formula, very easily replicated, but for some reason, those conversations between the DOTs and the toll agencies in the United States are just not taking place. The solution is already there.
Yeah,
Just
actually,
wanted to
that's an
throw that out.
excellent point, that from a technical perspective, the solution is there. From a policy perspective, the solution is there. I think the only challenge that exists is that, of course, tolls are a closed system, and it would be difficult to have that kind of a system throughout all of the roads. Not impossible, but more difficult. And so there does need to be some further discussion on how they would implement that. That being said, there's something as simple as you develop the formula based on something that the toll organizations do, and then just charge it at registration, just like they do with the EV and the hybrid. You're absolutely right, and thank you for that. And the toll roads, I've studied them for a long time in many aspects of my work, and they are definitely they're definitely excellent in the way they administer the public policy and take the revenue in for the better good of the overall driving public. So I do commend you for being a toll agency and the great work that you do.
Pennsylvania does a great job of collecting.
Yes.
Beth, I do have a question about House Bill 340.
Mhm.
You said that, right, currently laws that they deal with counties 50,000 and less. And that's approximately 30 counties currently. Are you going to do an all or nothing for this? Is that what you're looking at? Or are you willing to do that incrementally with the State House? Go to say 100,000, which would then include a county like Geauga, maybe 200,000, which would then include Medina. Is there something incrementally you can do, or is this an all or nothing? Let's get everyone in it, including the largest of the large.
Yeah, thank you for that. Ultimately, we think upping that number wherever it ends up would be beneficial. But our position really has been that every county, regardless of population, has those issues. And even with a great transit system, I mean, we have the most robust transit system in Ohio, here in Cuyahoga County, but there are still pockets where where people can't reach the job sites easily through transit, and employers still struggle to get workers there. So our position has really been that it should be any county. But where the legislature ends up, who knows? But I think we would be happy to see larger counties included wherever that ends up.
Okay, all right. So you're saying let's do an all or nothing is what I'm saying.
Well, that's what we're asking.
Versus,
That's what we're asking for.
and tax the legislature to create the tax dollars to do everybody. Okay.
Yes.
Anything further? Thank you, Bev.
Thank you.
There are no reports and updates. Any old business to come before this committee? Any old business? Is there any new business? That being said, can I have a motion to adjourn? Second? All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's call this policy committee meeting to order at 10 o'clock today. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to the Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which the conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from the meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting in the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. Microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top. They are on when the light is blue. And let's do the pledge. Let's move on to the minutes of the July 12th, 2024 meeting. Are there any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion? Motion a second. Bishop Maribel, were you the one that seconded? Okay. Being told that you're actually not a voting member, so we're gonna need someone else to. Sorry. A lie was first, right? All right, thank you. Sorry about that. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, we'll move right into subcommittee updates. Economic Development Subcommittee, Commissioner Hammercheck. Not here, so his reports in the packet. Oh, the report's probably in the packet. Okay.
Yes, report is in the packet. And I know Commissioner Hammercheck did send a special alternate for one day, Councilman Abney.
That's okay. Equity Subcommittee, Bishop Maribel, do you have any updates for us? Thank you. Move on to public comments. Do we have anyone signed in today? We don't. We'll move on to Executive Director's Report.
No executive director's report today.
All right, we will move on to the Regional Greenhouse Gas Emissions Reduction Targets from Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tim Kovach of the City of Cleveland will give this presentation, but I just want to remind everybody that we're going to be talking about two of the required elements for our comprehensive climate action plan as part of our US EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program. And after this very detailed presentation about these specific elements, I will give a presentation that takes us back up to the high level to put these in more context of how we're progressing on the CCAP as a whole. Tim, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Joe mentioned, my name is Tim Kovach. I am the decarbonization strategist in the Office of Sustainability for the City of Cleveland, and I am the city's project manager for the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan.
Tim, would you turn on, could you check your microphone? We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Sorry, Tim, we're still not hearing you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's showing up on my end.
Tim, can you hear us?
Okay. Right. Good morning. As Joe mentioned, I am Tim Kovach, the decarbonization strategist in the Office of Sustainability at the City of Cleveland, and I'm the city's project manager for Climate Pollution Reduction Grant.
Tim, maybe we can
So we are
use
requesting
the dial
that
in
the
instead of your computer
policy
audio.
committee recommend the following item to the executive committee for placement on the board of directors December agenda. A regional greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets for the comprehensive climate action plan. Previous action for this is that the policy committee reviewed the 2018 baseline greenhouse gas inventory.
Recording in progress. Tim.
There are 2 participants in the meeting. This meeting is recorded.
Can you hear now?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah O'Keefe. I'm the Director for Sustainability and Climate Justice in the City of Cleveland, and I'll be presenting this regional greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets overview today. Hang on just one second. Okay. All right. Thank you. So for today, the action requested is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the December 2024 Board of Directors agenda. The regional greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets for our comprehensive climate action plan, also known as the CCAP. As Joe McDonald just represented, there will be a comprehensive overview from Joe on that plan. And the City of Cleveland is presenting today because we are working very closely with NOACA on the climate pollution reduction grant. In a previous action, the policy committee reviewed 2018 baseline greenhouse gas inventory and approved regional greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets at its October 14th, 2022 meeting. So just some background. We have a timeline here on the greenhouse gas emissions inventory update. The first was completed in 2022, the 2022 baseline greenhouse gas inventory update. Our second step was to review and assess relevant emissions reduction targets. Backcasting to a 2005 greenhouse gas emissions was our next step. Our fourth step here was to assess cost and benefits of potential regional emissions reduction targets. And then we worked through to identify recommended targets. Today, we're here at the presentation of the recommended targets to the NOACA Policy Committee. And the next step will be to present these recommended targets to the NOACA Board of Directors. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail on each one of those steps. So the 2022 greenhouse gas inventory development, the City of Cleveland staff began to collect data for this inventory in mid-April. The greenhouse gas inventory's estimates, emissions, and removals associated with the community in any given year. I will be referring to gross and net emissions throughout this presentation. Gross emissions account for all emissions sources in aggregate. Net emissions are gross emissions removals primarily from forests and trees. Thank you. Communities with greenhouse gas emissions inventories, the value is that we can develop a baseline emissions snapshot. We create emissions reduction targets, which we will then focus on today. We monitor emissions reduction progress and make informed decisions on mitigation actions. Mitigation meaning that we are reducing that climate pollution. We are prepared to deal with federal or state environmental review procedures, and it puts us into a position, the region into a position to attract federal funding investments. Just a little bit on the inventory development. We coordinated, the City of Cleveland staff began to collect this data, as we mentioned, in mid-April. We coordinated with NOACA, the Cuyahoga County, on data collection and review. Cuyahoga County being the county with the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. The City of Cleveland began developing inventory in June using data collected, sampled final inventory in September. We referenced a 2018 greenhouse gas inventory to ensure continuity. We used the same methodologies and assumptions, et cetera, to maintain that continuity. The EPA provided greenhouse gas inventory guidance for the climate pollution reduction grant recipients. This guidance requires MSAs like Cleveland, Elyria MSA to include all relevant greenhouse gas information sources and sinks. Sinks being the attributes that hold on to carbon. So the term greenhouse gas means the air pollutants, carbon dioxide, hydrofluorocarbons, methane, nitrous oxide, perfluorocarbons, and sulfur hexafluoride. Emissions sectors, just a little definition here, included in the 2022 greenhouse gas inventory are as follows. Residential energy, meaning electricity, natural gas, and other fuels. Commercial energy, electricity, natural gas. Industrial energy, so these are electricity, natural gas, and non-utility fuels that go into processes for industrial processes. Blast furnace gas and distillate fuel are some non-utility fuel examples. Transportation and mobile sources, on-road vehicles, off-road vehicles, air travel, rail transportation, and marine travel. They include solid waste, that is landfilled waste, composting, and incineration. Water and wastewater, this is wastewater treatment primarily. Process and fugitive emissions, that includes natural gas leakages, oil and gas wells, industrial process emissions, such as CO2 from processing iron ore for steel. Hydrofluorocarbons, those are HFCs, refrigerants. Agriculture, this includes livestock fertilizer and field burning. And then we have finally removals from forest and trees. So our inventory expresses emissions in metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, that is CO2e, which you will see on the slides. Expressing emissions in CO2e allows the emissions of each greenhouse gas to be compared to the emissions of CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions. They have different global warming potentials, meaning each one has a different contribution to the global warming phenomenon. We also have data to express emissions in these other greenhouse gas emissions. So language from the guidance, particularly from the EPA, quote, a comprehensive inventory must include all greenhouse gas emissions and carbon sinks by emission source and sink category following commonly accepted protocols for following sectors: industry, electricity generation and or use, transportation, commercial and residential buildings, agricultural, natural and working lands, and waste and materials management. So we are following that process. Excuse me. So the City of Cleveland staff requested data from utilities, data providers, extrapolated and estimated data when needed. And then the data received means we got it directly from the utility in this table. Data received means we got it directly from the utility or data provider and data source. Data extrapolated means we had aggregated data and extrapolated the share of that data that occurred within our region. For example, share of electricity usage from a utility within NOACA counties. Data estimated on the far right means the data were estimated based on usage from other providers. Also, estimated data for HFCs or refrigerants and agriculture. Just a note, HFCs was based on national per capita HFC data. And then the agriculture was downscaled from state of Ohio emissions based on acres under cultivation in 2022. This is the level of data. So we have very high data sources here. Greenhouse gas inventory development. The usage data is going to be shown in kilowatt hours, MCF, vehicle miles, and tons of waste. We had a calculation. For calculations, we entered into ICLES, that is the organization we've been working with for a number of years here with NOACA. We use the ClearPath inventory management tool, which converts usage data into emissions via an emissions factor. So all the data we just mentioned and went over all the data sources, they come in the usage data format, and then it is converted into emissions using an emissions factor. Emissions are again reported in CO2e by each of the sectors we already mentioned. We also have data available in other main greenhouse gases. For example, while we're talking about CO2e here, we also have the information specifically in methane and nitrous oxide and so on that we can provide. I want to do an overview of what those emissions are. So I just went over all of the methodology to get to this graph here. So this shows us the 2022 greenhouse gas emissions by sector for the entire region. First, we have transportation at 29%, residential energy 23%, commercial energy 16%, industrial energy is 16%, process and fugitive emissions at 6%, solid waste 5%, refrigerants 4%, agriculture is 0.8%, and water and wastewater treatment 0.5%. So each of these, and overall, the total emissions are listed here above the pie graph, 30.2. We also broke this down by county, greenhouse gas emissions by county. As I mentioned previously, Cuyahoga County, having the most population and industry, is at 64% of the total greenhouse gas emissions for the region. Geauga County is at 4%, Lake County 11%, Lorain County 12%, and Medina 9%. So again, each of these is really comparable to the share of population, and I can talk about that just a little bit. For Geauga County, for example, we have 4.4% greenhouse gas emissions, comparable to the share of population of the region, which is 4.5. Lake County, we have 11.3% emissions, population 11.2%. Lorain County is 12.3 of greenhouse gas emissions and has a population share of 15.1%. Medina County has about 8.5% of greenhouse gases and a population share of 8.8%. And then in Cuyahoga County, we have 60.4% of the population, 64% of the greenhouse gas emissions. This chart shows the county level emissions broken down by sector. And these, you can see by each county, Cuyahoga, Geauga, Lake, Lorain, and Medina. Just a few points to call out here is that Cuyahoga, we see that transportation is 26%, residential energy 22%, industrial energy 20%. The other four counties have similar emissions profiles, with transportation being the top for each each of these counties. So transportation, residential energy, and commercial energy, that's the one difference here for those 4 counties. This chart in 2018 and 2022 compares each county. Net emissions fell. I think the takeaway here is that you can see that between 2018 and 2022, net emissions fell by 14.2% region-wide. I think it's also notable that as these emissions reductions came, even as the region's population overall and its economy grew between 2018 and 2022. Our population grew by 0.9%, while our per capita emissions fell by 14.5%. Regional GDP grew 6%, emissions per $1 million emissions per $1 million of GDP fell by 18.6%. So you're seeing that even as our economy is growing, our actions have contributed to emissions reduction in the last between 2018 and 2022. Sources of emissions reduction. Emissions reductions from 2018, very specifically in 2018 to 2022, occurred for a number of reasons. 63.3% of observed reductions stemmed from a 26.5% reduction in the carbon intensity of grid electricity in the region. So our grid changing energy sources. Our second largest source, 14.8%, stemmed from improvements in fuel efficiency for gasoline and diesel vehicles. Reduced consumption from non-utility vehicles. For example, blast furnace gas and distillate fuel made up to 9.3% of that emissions reduction. Industrial processes, for example, converting iron ore, creating lime from limestone in concrete production, accounted for 2.5% reduction. And then finally, lower residential natural gas consumption, likely due to some higher prices tied to the Ukraine invasion, made up 4.6% of reduction. And this was tied to the 1.8% decrease from natural gas leakages. We also wanted to review greenhouse gas removals by forests and trees. The EPA guidance calls for including these major emission sinks. Again, sinks being what holds on to carbon, where carbon can be sunk. Undisturbed forest and trees remove CO2 from the atmosphere as they grow. Clearing forest and trees for buildings, roads, and agriculture both produces emissions and reduces those emissions sinks or removals. Reforestation of formerly settled or agriculture areas removes CO2 from the atmosphere. And so the net removal of CO2 by forest and trees occurs throughout the region a little bit, but is very small compared to emissions produced by vehicles, buildings, and industry. It's really important to recognize that reforestation can help to decrease our greenhouse gas emissions and climate pollution, but the potential impact is fairly limited. The other actions we already reviewed are really what is getting us to reducing that climate pollution. However, in the PCAP, significant expansion of tree canopy and green space in the region has the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by about 0.5% through 2030 and by 1.4% by 2050. This chart here displays the gross emissions, emissions removals from trees and forests, and net emissions accounting for removals. Region-wide, trees and forests remove 3.9% of our gross emissions in climate pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. This share of emissions removed ranges from 1.2% in Cuyahoga County to 27% in Geauga County. This next section will be on the regional emissions reduction targets. All of that background information leads us to these targets. On the targets themselves, the US EPA requires MSAs to establish emissions reduction targets in our comprehensive climate action plan. Again, we will hear more of an update on that plan from Joe McDonald next. We must include economy-wide near-term, example 2030, and long-term by 2050 targets. Targets should not be inconsistent with the national target of 50 to 52% reduction by 2030 using a 2005 baseline and the national target of net zero by 2050. The Cleveland-Elyria MSA should set targets at least as ambitious as these national commitments in keeping with those in order to achieve those commitments. And the guidance creates a little bit of a problem. How do we align with a target that uses a 2005 baseline? All of our current tracking has been with 2018.
So the city of Cleveland staff did something called backcasting, if you remember in that first slide we talked about. So backcasting these regional greenhouse gas emissions to 2005, it means to extrapolate data backwards in time using the available data that we do have. Oops. The city of Cleveland utilized a number of data sets, including 2018, 2022 Cleveland-Elyria MSA greenhouse gas inventories, 2005 to 2022 State of Ohio greenhouse gas inventories, US EPA data, and 2005 to 2022 national greenhouse gas inventories, and 2005, 2018, and 2022 population data. I'm going to review the 2005 greenhouse gas emissions estimates. The city of Cleveland developed 4 approaches to backcast. These approaches were as follows. A 2018 Ohio greenhouse gases, we assume the same ratio for 2005. This is the MSA share of 2018 Ohio greenhouse gases. 14% of statewide emissions were in 2018, multiplied by 2005 statewide emissions. For 2022 ratio of MSA to Ohio greenhouse gas emissions, we assume the same ratio for 2005, 12.7% of statewide emissions in 2022 multiplied by 2005 statewide emissions. 2018 MSA per capita greenhouse gas emissions relative to Ohio per capita greenhouse gas emissions, we assumed the same ratio for 2005 and applied 2005 population. So 2018 per capita emissions in the region were 79% of statewide emissions, and we used that ratio. And the last approach was 2022 MSA per capita greenhouse gas emissions relative to Ohio per capita greenhouse gas emissions. We assumed the same ratio for 2005 and applied a 2005 population, and found that 2022 per capita emissions in the regions were 72% of statewide emissions, so we used that ratio. And here we can see the results of each of those different approaches represented in the different methodologies. Approach 1, the MSA share of Ohio greenhouse gas emissions in 2018. The 2005 backcasted emissions are at 44.72. Approach 2, MSA share of Ohio greenhouse gas emissions approach. The backcasting resulted in 40.53. Approach 3, the per capita greenhouse gas emissions 2018. The 2005 emissions backcast resulted in 46.83. And then approach 4, per capita greenhouse gas emissions resulted in 42.56. And those resulted in, if you look over to the right-hand side, the percent reductions between 2005 and 2018, and then percent reductions from 2005 to 2022. Just an overview of those is basically from 2005 to 2022, United States greenhouse gas emissions decreased by 15.4% or 0.9% per year. State of Ohio greenhouse gas emissions decreased 25.6% or at the rate of 1.5% per year. In Cleveland-Elyria MSA greenhouse gas emissions, using those 4 methodologies just described, decreased by between 25.6% and 35.6% between 2005 and 2022, representing a 1.5 to 2.1 per year decrease in greenhouse gas emissions. But between 2018 and 2022, nationally, greenhouse gas emissions decreased at 1.5% per year, or at 6.1 total. At the state level, those greenhouse gas emissions decreased 4.9% in that time period, or 1.2% per year. And here regionally, those greenhouse gas emissions decreased at a higher rate, at a total for 14.2%, or at 3.4% per year. Just want to underscore that the regional decrease is 3.4% per year from 2018 to 2022. Examples I wanted to go into, so that wraps up where we are in the decrease after we've done the backcasting. This slide shows the emissions reductions targets and some examples that are already existing in Northeast Ohio. The city of Cleveland has a science-based target of 63.3% reduction by 2030, using a 2018 baseline. The city of Oberlin has a stated goal of 75% reduction by 2030, using a 2007 baseline. And the city of Lakewood has a 50 to 52% reduction goal by 2030 and a 2005 baseline. NOACA Policy Committee voted for a 63.3% reduction by 2030 with a 2018 baseline at our October 2022 meeting. And the full board did not consider this proposal at that time. So bringing these threads together of what the current area local targets are and the work on the different backcasting and potential looking at the reductions that have already occurred, annual reduction rates needed to meet different targets. Cleveland science-based targets, we would need an annual reduction rate of 10.1% to achieve our targets. In Oberlin, they would need 11.9% to achieve their targets. And the national Lakewood target is exactly in line with the national goal. There would need to be a 5.1 to 5.4% annual reduction. So for the purposes of this analysis, we are just using the 2005 midpoint emissions of 44.72 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent emissions in order to achieve these different targets, as I already mentioned here. So there are a number of options after we went through this analysis. The city of Cleveland examined 5 different options in particular for regional emissions targets, reduction targets, which are outlined in your memo that was shared in advance of this meeting. Again, that's taking together what we know on targets regionally within the region that already exist, our national targets, our state targets, and the reductions. Option 1, 2018 to 2022 trend. This represents a 34.8% reduction from 2018. Option 2 would be twice the 2018 to 2022 trend. So that trend, this would represent a 51.3% reduction from 2018. Option 2 reflects the fact that the region has seen significant influx in federal and state funding for climate action since 2022, and that the rate of reduction should necessarily increase relative to 2018-2022 rate due to this funding. So while we had a certain reduction rate in 2018 to 2022, that was before we had all this influx of that funding. Option 3, priority climate action plan projection. This is 49% reduction from 2018. Option 4, nationally determined contribution trend. This is at the national level. That 43.3 to 44.7% from 2018 is the trend. Using annual rate of reduction that the U.S. needs to achieve its nationally determined contributions by 2030, this would be a 5.1 to 5.4%. Option 5, City of Cleveland science-based target is 63.3% from 2018. We reviewed all of these options, and here they are. I just reviewed them, but they're in a table format here. I'll leave those up for a minute. Again, this overview chart is the 4 options and the projected emissions reduction. The City of Cleveland developed these 5 different options based on 2005, 2018, and 22 emissions data. And these options are outlined in the memo again for the agenda item. The annual rate of reductions range from 3.4% to an option of 10.1%. As a part of the analysis and leading up to a recommendation for the policy committee of NOACA, City of Cleveland analyzed the co-benefits of different emissions reduction targets, these 5 different options. Staff utilized the US EPA COBRA tool, co-benefits risk assessment, this is on health impacts screening and mapping tool, to estimate potential public health benefits of the reduction scenarios. Results of this analysis are discussed in detail in your memo. Going over at a high level here today, this table displays air quality co-benefits from achieving different emissions reductions, annual benefits that occur once the target is achieved, And the table displays a range of avoided premature deaths and range of total health benefits. Health benefits largely result from avoided premature deaths, but also include things like avoided non-fatal heart attacks, avoided ER visits for respiratory health issues, avoided cases of asthma, missed school days avoided. The data here are basically showing the air quality co-benefits increase in relation to the level of ambition for the reduction target. Option 3 has the best scenario, the best ratio between increase in total reduction and increase in health benefits from 2018 to 2022. The 49% target is 2.6 times more ambitious than the 14.2% from 2018 to 2022. But the benefits, while that is a 2.6 times more ambitious, the benefits are 3.5 times higher. This is a ratio of 0.74. So again, just leaving this up for just a moment to digest a little. This ratio at the far right is an increase in benefits compared to the increase in the percentage of reduction. The City of Cleveland recommends option 3, the 49% reduction from the 2018 levels for several reasons. One, it comes directly from projections included in the Priority Climate Action Plan that was delivered here and approved by the NOACA board in March of this year. It is more ambitious than the nationally determined contributions at the national level, but so are our emissions reduction in our region. We're also above national reductions, 2.3 times more quickly than the national in particular. There's an annual reduction rate, 6.4% is aligned with the rate for the City of Cleveland due to its achieved targets. City of Cleveland and Cuyahoga County are the largest emitters of greenhouse gas emissions collectively in the region. This has the best ratio between increase in ambition to increase in air quality co-benefits, as reflected on the last slide. And then it reflects the influx of federal and state funding for climate action that has occurred since 2022 due to passage of the Inflation Reduction Act and the IIJA, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. And there is no financial impact of this proposed action. In the next steps, pending board approval, NOACA and the City of Cleveland will incorporate regional emissions reduction targets into the Cleveland-Elyria MSA Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. The action before you today is we recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the December 2024 Board of Directors agenda, Regional Greenhouse Gas Emissions Reduction Targets for Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. And we can take questions if you have them. I might have to relay back and forth a little bit on those.
Thanks for stepping in and giving us that presentation. Can I have a motion before we do discussion? Motion second and a second. All right. Now, is there any discussion, questions?
Chair. This is an impressive presentation. Thank you. I actually was able to follow it, believe it or not. As I follow you around and we've been in the same room on this subject a couple of times, I have more of a comment which could lead to a question. While this is very impressive, and I see the City of Lakewood and my colleague Mayor George is here, kudos to you. One of the issues that continues to plague cities and other cities who are not on this slide is that we don't have a dedicated staff person. There's no sustainability officer in the city of Maple Heights, and I would believe probably in some other cities where we have, especially the last slide, which showed the dollars, how this translates into dollars. As I've shared in previous discussions and presentations, there's a huge health disparity, this slide here, that really says what it costs in Maple Heights. When I have squads running up and down the road, probably 50 calls a day, which are related to the diseases that are prevalent in Maple Heights: asthma, COPD, emphysema. I would love to see, and I'm sure this is going to get approved when it gets to the board, but I would hope that out of this action and this study and all this information that's been presented, that all members sitting on this board are benefactors of this data. And this funding can come to this economic benefit, this quality of life benefit becomes a part of what we do and improving the quality of lives in our elected positions. That's what I'd hope. As she said, Cuyahoga County, is the biggest, and Cleveland's the biggest emitter, and we're out, not the central city, but we are part of that. But this is so impactful and so significant. I would hope that there becomes a way out of this, all of this research and all of this very useful data where there's no sustainability officer in the city of Maple Heights, because this is, who do I give this to? Where do I bring this information that we can begin to implement this to really make those changes in my ambulance runs and the quality of life, my ER visits, and just the overall cost to administer this, even with our renewal for healthcare benefits. My claims history, when I go out to market every year to get rated for bringing insurance benefits to my employees, this is just that significant and that important. I'm hopeful that we're going to find a way that this impacts every elected official that sits on this board, or at least could benefit from the work this board does. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And this may help Mayor Blackwell as well. Early on in the slide, you talked about investments from the federal government, one of your earlier slides. Then you, on the last slide, talked about an influx of funding for climate action. Are those one and the same the first time, or was it, the question is, I see that we're going to get influx of spending for help climate action, but is there also a benefit for transportation? Because we're doing those things, the federal government sees we're doing it and they give us money for infrastructure projects and the like. Does
Yes.
that help?
So yes, and we'll invite Joe McDonald if he has comments as well. So the influx of federal investment does assist transportation efforts, absolutely. So the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act both have contributed to that aspect and can continue to do so. Certainly.
Thank you very much. Good. Sure, go ahead.
Sarah, thank you so much for that. That was great. That was great information. Love all those numbers that you put out there. It's a very complex situation with this, and you've taken much time for Cleveland to present this. What I want to say is, in looking at the different cities who have plans that they're working with, I really appreciate plans that are attainable. And I looked at Lakewood and I said, okay, this is a plan that's attainable for the city. And it goes along with the national targets. And I really believe this committee should look at national targets to be the goal of what we're going to do collectively here.
Thank you. Is there any other comments or discussion? So we have a motion and a second. So all those in favor? Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passes. We will move on. Thank you very much. So we are good. We will move on to the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan update from Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to Sarah O'Keefe, and again, recognizing Tim Kovach from the City of Cleveland, who led the very detailed technical analysis that Sarah just presented to you.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I know this is, thank you. I did want to mention, thank you again to Tim Kovach. He apologizes for not being able to actually be able to present his own work that he led in collaboration with a number of others. So thanks for highlighting that.
So after that very deep dive into very detailed technical information, I want to bring the policy committee back up to a much higher level to put that In context, the previous presentation was about two critical required elements of our comprehensive climate action plan, but the CCAP is bigger than that. There are other elements that I just want to share with you and give you a brief update on our status in terms of their progress. Just a reminder, the CPRG program is authorized under the Inflation Reduction Act. $250 million was given to MSAs, states, and tribes across the United States in non-competitive planning grants. We received $1 million in the metropolitan statistical area for Cleveland, Elyria, which is the 5 counties of NOACA, and then an additional $4.6 billion in competitive implementation grants available to communities. So the work on the CCAP is out of the $1 million planning grant that we are doing in partnership with the City of Cleveland. And you also heard earlier from Bev about the $129.4 million awarded to the City of Painesville, the City of Cleveland, and Cuyahoga County for implementation projects. Our CPRG deadlines, we already satisfied the Priority Climate Action Plan deadline. That plan is available on our website, eneo2050.com. The implementation grant applications were due in April, and they announced those awards in July. The Comprehensive Climate Action Plan deadline has changed, and I wanted to bring that to your attention because that is new since we last met as a committee. The new deadline for the CCAP is December 5th, 2025. That has been pushed back about 4 months from the previous deadline. It's not our deadline, it's US EPA's. I think they wanted to give folks more time on this more technical component. This is the most technically involved of the 3 deliverables. And they want to also give us enough time for the low-income and disadvantaged communities focused engagement effort. So we are going to make the most of that time and really do the best job we possibly can on this deliverable. The status report, the 3rd deliverable, that deadline has not changed. It is synonymous with the end of the program, July of 2027. As I mentioned, the PCAP is available online. And it does include the priority measures that Joel Ratner talked about in his External Affairs Committee presentation. Right now, this is the backbone of our PCAP, these 10 measures. This is a timeline you've seen before in terms of its format, but I have updated it to reflect where we are now in the process. So chronologically, leading from left to right, I'll begin with the fact that we received this award in July of 2023. The priority measures I just shared with you that are in our PCAP, the board approved those earlier this year. The PCAP was approved by US EPA in March. The baseline greenhouse gas inventory, the 2022 baseline, this is an update from our 2018 baseline. Sarah just talked about this in depth, and that has been in development since June. So now this is the first time we've shared the results of that inventory. And that also should address concerns raised by members of this committee and the board about the outdated information in the 2018. We agreed that we were going to update it, and now we have done so. It also addresses the fact that this is a greenhouse gas emissions inventory we have post-COVID. The 2018 baseline inventory was pre-COVID. So now we can see some impact from looking at pre versus post-COVID pandemic shutdown. Sarah also just presented the work of Tim Kovach on regional emissions reduction targets. That work will continue in the sense that we want to put those targets out in front of our policy committee, our executive committee, and our board of directors for their feedback and eventual approval. So that will continue through December of this year. And then NOACA will bring back to you our CPRG community projects funding opportunity. And what this will be is a small grants opportunity for organizations and communities in the 4 counties outside of Cuyahoga, because the City of Cleveland and Cuyahoga are getting a portion of our CPRG planning grant money. And then this money will be for the other 4 counties, especially if they have interest in developing education programs or plans on the topic of climate pollution reduction. This will be an opportunity for them to apply, and we want to bring the proposal for that program to the policy committee for your consideration in January. And then, as I mentioned before, the deadline for the CCAP in its entirety is next December 2025. So Sarah has already talked about the greenhouse gas inventory in depth. So just a few high-level reminders. This is an update from the 2018 inventory, and the report for the 2022 inventory will have lots of comparisons to the 2018 and references to the 2018, so you can understand the differences. Those are within the larger report, which we have not yet produced in terms of release on our website, but it is complete in draft form. We gave the inventory presentation today in the context of the emissions reduction targets. We will also deliver this in full at the Board of Directors meeting in December. Sarah already talked about the sectors, so I don't need to repeat those, but those are the sectors for greenhouse gas emissions that we are focused on for the CCAP. In terms of the emissions reduction targets, again, City of Cleveland has taken the technical lead on this work. Sarah talked about how we need both near-term and long-term greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. She talked about US EPA, the national target of 50 to 52% reduction relative to 2015 levels and net zero by 2050. And again, there will be a presentation given at the Board of Directors meeting similar to the one that you saw today. There are other elements in the CCAP, and I'll briefly mention them here. In addition to what we've just described, there are emissions projections that are required, reduction measures, so an update to our priority measures that were approved as part of the PCAP. Based on a new inventory, we need to re-examine those to see if those are still appropriate measures or if we need to think about any modifications to those measures. And a benefits analysis, specifically how do the greenhouse gas emissions reduction measures impart benefits, quantifiable benefits, specifically on low income and disadvantaged communities. To handle this part of the CCAP, the City of Cleveland has entered into a subaward agreement with Case Western Reserve University that was finalized in late August of this year. The Case Western Reserve University Great Lakes Energy Institute, with Dr. Goodrich as the principal investigator, will enter into partnership with Cleveland State University's Energy Policy Center and Kent State University's Cleveland Urban Design Collaborative. So they will be the technical leads for this component of the CCAP. Decarbonization and carbon pollution reduction framework for the City of Cleveland will be their focus. Remember, at the same time that we are doing this work on the CCAP for the entire region, the City of Cleveland is going through an update of its own climate action plan, as is Cuyahoga County. So there's a lot of work on climate action happening at the same time for different end products throughout the entire region. This work will enable Northeast Ohio to identify, analyze, and prioritize the greenhouse gas reduction strategies needed to achieve the region's emissions reduction targets by the ultimate end date of 2050, where the national goal is net zero. In addition to those elements, there is a required element for a workforce planning analysis. This is work that will be a bit into the future, primarily in 2025. The City of Cleveland will hire a consultant, but will also collaborate with NOACA, especially since NOACA led the recent completion of a comprehensive economic development strategy for Northeast Ohio. The key elements that I've shared with you before, but I'll remind everybody again, this should involve an analysis of anticipated workforce shortages that could hinder any achievement of our reduction targets, identify potential solutions and partners at all levels equipped to help address those challenges, build upon the work of the CEDS that I just mentioned, discuss priorities in accordance with the reduction measures that we ultimately place into the CCAP, and align with the good jobs principles developed by the United States Department of Labor. Joel Ratner gave a very detailed presentation on the ongoing engagement work of NOACA, as well as the City of Cleveland and Cuyahoga County. Each of these entities is going to focus on their own geographies. That's the way we thought would be best. And the City of Cleveland and Cuyahoga County have the goals or the objectives to update their own individual climate action plans in addition to supporting the regional climate action plan. So NOACA's round one will be starting shortly. This will be in the fall, and the purpose is to share the PCAP and share the measures. These are our priorities: to share the baseline inventory and make comparisons to the 2018, really to educate and receive feedback on the measures and the data that supports the development of those measures. In the spring, that will be NOACA's second round. We will update participants on the process. We will also share this opportunity for community projects funding, and we will review the draft CCAP, give them a chance to look at the critical elements and to give their own feedback on that. Our next team meeting with US EPA will be following the progress report date, which is due October 31st of 2024. So we'll meet with EPA in early November. As I mentioned before, the next meeting of the policy committee will be in January of 2025, where we will provide the details of our CPRG community projects funding opportunity to receive your feedback before we go and post that opportunity for applications. We'll provide a CCAP update to this committee in April. We'll provide the full draft CCAP and the CPRG community projects recommendations that the staff team at NOACA select. That will be in July. And then the board will hear the final CCAP content at their meeting in September. This committee will have a chance to receive that presentation in October prior to the December deadline. Questions?
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for Joel? All right. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the Equity Strategic Work Plan Implementation Update from Ms. Barlick.
Good morning. I'm Liz Barlick, Associate Director of Executive Affairs. I'm going to be giving you all a quick update on where we're at with our equity consultants and their work with the Equity Subcommittee, which reports to the Policy Committee. So this is the Equity Strategic Work Plan Implementation Update. No action is requested. This is an information item. As I mentioned, this was previously presented to the Equity Subcommittee. So a quick review. In June of 2023, the Equity Subcommittee adopted a strategic work plan and decided to engage a consultant to implement that work plan. That consultant was procured through an RFP process and contracted with in April of this year. Compass Consulting is who we're using. So their role is to act as a facilitator and work with NOACA staff and the Equity Subcommittee to both implement the strategic work plan and to help the NOACA board members and staff do work with an equity lens. These are their key deliverables. First being, of course, working with the Equity Subcommittee to facilitate and guide them and other stakeholders through a process to finalize relevant DEI terminology, to do an internal organization DEI audit, which is analysis of strengths and weaknesses of the of NOACA related to DEI, leadership and board trainings to come up with a plan for training topics and content, the board related to DEI, and then ongoing consulting and support. So what they've done so far is the internal organizational DEI audit. This is conducted through interviews and focus groups. Some of you may have done an interview with them. So far, they've done 8 interviews with both internal and external stakeholders. There are capacity for more. We are scheduling some focus groups with staffs. They have reviewed organizational history, specifically focused on equity, and reviewed and analyzed internal documents and policies related to DEI. And they have been present at the last 2 Equity Subcommittee meetings to both give an update on their progress and guide some conversations with the group. So far, these are the identified strengths and opportunities they found. Strengths are NOACA as an organization works diligently to pay attention to equity through a variety of policies and practices. Members of the Equity Subcommittee care about equity and have good intentions. The Equity Subcommittee has great potential to be influential and helpful to NOACA and the region. Some opportunities are to improve attendance at the Equity Subcommittee meetings, review the membership structure of the Equity Subcommittee. And this relates to just really leveraging how the Equity Subcommittee works and what their makeup is to really leverage what the strengths that were identified. To train the Equity Subcommittee and the NOACA Board on DEI principles and advocacy tools. And I would add that that's both what is already in place and being done and also what the opportunities are. To define diversity, inclusion, and equity within the context of NOACA and the region. And to develop a feedback framework for this Equity Subcommittee to provide effective recommendations to this policy committee. This is a list of some of the policies that Compass reviewed. There's a number of these. Most of them are contained in our diversity and inclusion policy, but then are found in other found in our technical policies, like obviously our long range plan and our TIP include a lot of these policies, which are more or less definitions, like the environmental justice policy. So what they found in reviewing some of these documents is that diversity, equity, and inclusion are intertwined in NOACA's work in multiple complex ways, both in policies and practices. So there's a lot of things that are already happening. Often references related to diversity, equity, and inclusion differ due to different definitions used by governmental agencies. So a lot of the definitions related to specifically environmental justice aren't ones that we just came up with. They're very specific. They come from EPA or DOT. And therefore, defining DEI at NOACA is more complex and nuanced than many other organizations. So what is upcoming? Compass will continue to work with the Equity Subcommittee to identify data sources and tools for continuing equity work. We actually are planning on a special meeting of the Equity Subcommittee in mid-November. At our meeting in September, the consultants started a conversation about defining DEI at NOACA and what that looks like. And it was a good conversation. We wanted to make sure we didn't lose momentum on it. So there was an agreement to have a meeting in November to just keep the conversation moving before the new year. They will continue to be available for consulting and ongoing support. And eventually all of these conversations and kind of internal review are going to lead to a recommendation for specific leadership, staff, board trainings related to DEI. In terms of financial impact, the contract with Compass is not to exceed $50,000. And Compass will continue to work with staff and the Equity Subcommittee to execute the Equity Subcommittee's strategic plan, and will continue to provide you all with updates.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions or comments or anything?
I just want to thank you for the presentation. As a member of the Equity Subcommittee, there really is some really great conversations happening. And we just want to make sure that those continue to rise up. And so there's a few other members here that are part of that. We have had attendance issues. And so we're looking at how can we look around different dates to get more people there. But it really is knowing that there's policy that exists. How do we actually make sure? I think that was always the question of, are we making sure in all our decision makings that equity is coming through? And I think the conversation and just the different thoughts of even just the subcommittee members on the topic really shows how diverse a board, definition of things would be. So I appreciate the update. And I think it's one of those things where we come to committee meetings and we say, the report's in the packet, but this is more meaningful to really talk about what happened at these meetings that have really great conversations. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any other comments or questions or anything? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Seeing none, we'll move on to an overview of NOACA Transportation Day from Grace.
Myself and Bev Bertzloff. We had implemented Transportation Day a number of years ago, and it was an opportunity to get elected officials to the table, in addition to NOACA board members, to talk about issues that are very critical to transportation and the work that we do. This year, we have brought back Transportation Day, and we want to focus it on safety. We had a very robust conversation at the last policy subcommittee or committee meeting, and knowing how important it is and the momentum that we have, we're focusing it on the transportation, or making it the focus of the Transportation Day. And with that, I'll turn it over to Bev, who will ask some questions and talk about a few things to get your input on the various topics that would be included in the theme of safety.
Thanks, Grace. Hi good morning to the chair and to members of the committee. Bev Bertzloff, Associate Director of Government Affairs here at NOACA. So no action is requested. This is, there's no previous action on this item. This is just for your information. But thanks, Grace, for that introduction. As she explained, we're bringing back NOACA Transportation Day. It was an annual event for many years. It got sidelined during COVID, and we decided it was time to bring it back. And as Grace said, we were contemplating, you know, what should be our theme this year. And your July meeting of this committee really inspired us to focus on safety. The issue of transportation safety has really kind of risen to the top of our priorities. And so we decided this would be a good focus for this event this year. So it's NOACA Transportation Day, but we're also kind of making this a safety summit. It'll be on Tuesday, December 3rd, which is the Tuesday after Thanksgiving, a half-day event over at Tri-C. So please mark your calendars, and you'll be getting, you know, additional updates and reminders as we move forward. Some of the potential speakers that we're planning to invite or have invited are someone with Ohioans for Safe Streets. It's a grassroots statewide organization that we've been working with to advocate for more transportation safety at the state level. ODOT, we have been commend ODOT for the work they've been doing on transportation safety in recent years. And so we would like for them to participate. We also are thinking of inviting recipients of recent grants, federal grants through the Safe Streets for All program. A number of our communities have received those grants. And so we'd like to hear from them about how it's going with their planning money and what they're learning, and then other experts. But this is a really, let me go back. So some of the topics we want to cover are providing mayors and county officials and township trustees with up-to-date information on proven safety strategies. What can they do now? What can they implement? What's working in their communities? We want to talk about, or we want to do some peer exchange where we hear from various communities, like I said earlier, on what they're learning through their planning grants. We want to talk about how to best apply for funding through the federal government to develop and implement safety plans. And then talk about advocacy, how we can all kind of work together to advocate in partnership for more effective transportation safety at the federal and state levels. But this is a really timely, I guess, moment for this committee because we're still putting our agenda together. So we thought we would bring this to you today and get your input. If you have any specific ideas for who you would like to hear from, what kind of information would be most helpful to you in your communities, what do you hope to get from the event? So just like to open it up here to see if anyone has any suggestions or thoughts for us. And we're trying to approach this, you know, we're looking at all transportation users, whether you're driving a car or a passenger in a vehicle, whether you're using transit, walking as a pedestrian, bicyclist. So we're trying to approach this comprehensively.
I would like to hear more about the speed humps We have a pilot program. We put about 10 in. Of course, there is a demand for more. I'd love to hear if maybe someone could talk about the impact. Do we expand the speed hump program? What are the benefits? What's the feedback? They've only been in about 4 months. It has slowed down speeding on some streets, but accidents continue and crosswalks are so dangerous. But I'd love to get some feedback on speed humps so we know how to perhaps have some information. Do we move forward? Do we invest more in that technology? Thank you.
Thank you.
May I? Thank you, Chair. So just wanted to build off of that. As you may know, Cleveland has worked on installing a lot of speed bumps over the summer. Yeah, great. I love peer-to-peer exchange. So I would love to propose that the city of Cleveland report out on the benefits, and we've seen a lot of improvements. So happy to raise our hand for that on December 9th. Also thinking about different travelers and folks who are going around. I would love to introduce the idea of inviting one of our climate action plan advisors, council members. Her name is Beth Glass. She's on the Linking Employment Abilities and Potential Board, which talks about mobility for those with disabilities. And I think that would be a really interesting, I would love to reach out to her if I'm not part of that, of the subcommittee, but I would love to, or the planning, but I would love to work with NOACA to have that organization included and potentially reach out to Beth Glass.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great suggestion. If you can provide contact information, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple things come to mind. Safe routes to schools. Maybe that's ODOT, part of ODOT's engagement. I think there are a number of important things that happen through that program for communities. There could be some great demonstration of successful projects. And the other, so I'm thinking of the youngest members of our community. This afternoon, I get to celebrate a new Safety Town village that we built. But the importance of safety towns or teaching the youngest members of our community how tragic it is when we hear about a young person traversing to school and they're hit by a car or their bicycle is hit. So maybe something along those lines would be helpful in working with our communities. There's a lot of discussion around the safety of, again, the youngest members of our community. Thank you.
That's a great suggestion. I actually hadn't thought of that. All three of my kids went through Safety Town in Lakewood, so I'm a big fan of that program. But yeah, maybe that's something we can talk about and see if there's more we can do to augment those programs. So great idea.
A number of us just got back from the Ohio Transportation Engineering Conference in Columbus, and they had a big focus, at least in the sessions I went to, on safety. And one in particular was a Safe Streets Symposium, Advancing Safety and Smart Planning. And one takeaway I had was the city of Dublin, Ohio has a pretty comprehensive plan for their safety, and they have a director of transportation and mobility and an assistant director of transportation and mobility, but they've ranked all their streets and come up with how they want to address the speed if, and again, I don't have all my notes with me, but they've been doing measuring speed, and if it's over the 85th percentile at a certain amount, they have all these recommendations of how to address that. So again, I think something other communities could really benefit from understanding the process they went through. And it was very comprehensive, and I'm happy to share names of folks that presented.
Yeah, that's great. I would love to follow up on that. Great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, and I know you've got Safe Streets for All on there, and I think it's really important. I mean, we've got 6 communities right now that are either have a plan or in process of a plan: Lakewood, Rocky River, Cleveland Heights, Euclid, Independence. Who am I forgetting? Cleveland, obviously.
Cleveland.
And so the Cuyahoga County just was awarded $600,000 for a countywide comprehensive safety action plan. So we'll be working with all of those people. So I think we won't be probably started yet knowing how long it's going to take to contract with the federal government, but we have a commitment to work with all the communities that are already in some kind of planning process to make sure that that all gets incorporated into the countywide comprehensive safety action plan. So if there's anything we can do to help organizer, navigator, just help in any way, let me know.
Thank you. Yeah, and Lorraine County Health Department, they've now received their second. This is they did a planning and now they're on a demonstration grant. So, I think there's a lot happening in our communities and at ODOT, with ODOT at the state level. And I think how this can be helpful is if we can sort of share a lot of that information and learn from each other. So I think there's a lot happening. It's a matter of let's get together and talk about it and see what we can all learn from each other, what's working, what's not working, and then look at national data as well.
I'd say it's a little different lens, but there's a lot of myths about safety on transit systems. So some kind of report from the local transit folks about, how safe is it on board? I know a lot of people have misconceptions about that. It's a different lens of safety, but might fit in.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we definitely want to include transit riders as part of this discussion. That's an important aspect of safety.
Yeah, ODOT would certainly participate in that. Who's the target audience? Who's on the invite list?
So that's a good point. I should have said earlier. This is invite only for all the mayors, all township trustees and county elected officials, and all board members in our 5-county region. And I will tell you, I guess it's okay to, I've already talked to Michelle May from ODOT, and she's very interested in participating in some form. So we're excited to have ODOT represented. Yeah.
I'm looking in two different directions here for the go-ahead. Given that invitee list, I'm wondering, there are several people that work with us that have direct impact on how we design streets, et cetera. Our city engineers, our public works directors, et cetera. I'm wondering if that could be accommodated. So as a team, we're hearing some things together. Especially a number of these people will be speaking their language. Right. Just a thought.
Yeah, I think in the past, our NOACA Transportation Day have included county and city engineers. I'm looking at Grace now, but I don't know.
They have not previously, but considering the topic that this Transportation Day is focused on, and thinking about the room size at the Jerry Sue Thornton Center, I think we probably could accommodate having the elected officials bring at least one staff person with them. So I think that does make sense.
Great. Thank you for that. That's great.
Good discussion. Is there any other thoughts anyone would like to share, think about?
I do want to thank you all for the great input.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We'll move on to reports and updates from the chair. There are none. Is there any old business? Seeing none, is there any new business? Also seeing none, I would seek a motion to adjourn. The motion, we have a second? Motion and a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned. Next meeting is Friday, January 31st at 10 a.m. Although it does say tentative, so.
Well, the meeting is going to happen. Just the governance committee has not yet set all the dates. So if it happens on the typical pattern that we have our meetings, that would be the date. But we did not want to take the liberty of stating that that's what it is.
Makes sense. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello? Hello? Hello, hello? Hello? One, two, and two. Hello? Test, test. Hello? Test, test. Hello? 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 Design. Hey. Hello? Hello? Hello, hello? 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 Sorry, can you hear me through the speakers? No. Hello? 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 Sarah.
Okay, out there, it's 10:30. Would you please take your seats as we have a quorum? And since this is my last meeting, I'm anxious to get the heck out of here. Bonnie, you're not helping. You are darn right you're sorry. Oh, I can go? Thanks. All right, we'll stand for the pledge. I'll open this meeting. All righty, since I have the option of reading this silly thing or not reading it, as usual, I'm not going to read it. So we all know how the game is played, so we'll take it from there. Next item on the agenda is the minutes. Do we have any additions or corrections? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve? Okay, and a second. We have both. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Motion is passed. Okay, subcommittee hearings, air quality. Anybody here?
Yes, yes, I am. No report.
No report. Transportation subcommittee. Water quality subcommittee. Not here. Well, I would imagine it's in the minutes, in the packet. All righty. Public comments and agenda items. Are there any, for public comment? Okay. Yeah. We'll move on. Chair and executive director's report.
I have none today.
Wow. Okay. I'll be out of here in 15 minutes. Okay, where are we here? Okay, we're on the action items. Okay, second quarter FY 2025 project planning reviews. Sarah, are you there?
Good morning to the chair and to everyone.
I will be presenting the second quarter state fiscal year 25 project planning reviews. Action requested is to recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the December Board of Directors meeting. And previously, we have provided these projects to the advisory councils, and it was recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee. So a little background about project planning reviews. NOACA assesses all new projects to make sure that they achieve our vision and goals, and also that they follow all requirements and regulatory overviews. It starts with staff review, and then obviously we bring these projects to committee, subcommittee, and advisory councils. We also bring these projects to an intergovernmental review, where it is provided to affected communities and agencies. And then also these are posted on our website for public review and comment. Within the process from a proposed project to implementation, you'll see the diagram on the screen shows that currently we are in the top of the triangle, and we'll be reviewing these projects before they are added to the long-range plan. We have a couple projects this quarter. The first is a planning study to look at the Veterans Memorial Bridge. This is proposed by the Cuyahoga County Department of Public Works, and this will look at opportunities to potentially reopen the streetcar level for cyclists and pedestrians. And this map just indicates where that bridge is located regionally and within the Cleveland area. The next project is proposed by the City of Lorain. It is another study that has been, the City of Lorain has applied for RAISE funding for it. And it will look at about 3 miles of roadway along East 36th Street and look at new and improved multi-use paths, and also some green infrastructure and stormwater management. And then within the City of Lorain, this is where the East 36th Street portion is located. And then lastly, we have 4 new projects proposed by the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority. 3 projects are funded by Section 5307. So those include an automated storage and retrieval system, lift replacement program, and then 3 heavy rail platform replacements. And additionally, one of the projects proposed is a transit-oriented development pilot program for Lorain Road. So for next steps, the NOACA staff will forward any comments from the Planning and Programming Committee to the project sponsors and coordinate accordingly. We do recommend this, that ask for recommendation to the Executive Committee for the second quarter state fiscal year 2025 project planning review.
Any questions? All right, well, can I have a motion to approve? So I need a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passed. All right, keep going, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move right into the second quarter state fiscal year 25 plan and tip amendments. Our requested action is for the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend this item to the Executive Committee, again, for placement on the board December meeting. Previously, this was recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee. So here we're revisiting the process diagram again. And in this location, we are moving on to then adding new projects and amending projects in the long-range transportation plan, as well as our transportation improvement plan. So the first 3 projects we'll be reviewing are concurrently moving through the project planning review and plan and tip amendment process at the same time. So you'll briefly see these previous presentation projects again. So the first being Cuyahoga County study for the Veterans Memorial Bridge. It's requested for addition to the plan and tip as a brand new project. Next, again, we do have the City of Lorraine's East 36 project. And then lastly, 4 new projects from GCRTA are the same 4. So the 3 Section 5307 projects, and then the transit-oriented development study on Lorraine Road. So the following projects are not new. They are currently on the plan and tip, but they need to be amended and updated for various reasons. So the first are programmed GCRTA projects, and they all have funding updates. So the first is funding update for the overhead catenary system rehabilitation project. Next is a light rail car replacement program update. The third is paratransit improvement program update, and then a funding update for the substation improvement program. On this slide are a few more updates from GCRTA. So funding amounts will be updated for the 2024-2026 bus replacement program, and additionally the Brook Park Maintenance Facility relocation. Next, we have additional funding added to the rail shop mezzanine expansion, and then also an update to the total amount for the NOACA underserved area projects. Excuse me. And then lastly, we have an additional rail car replacement program project, which funding and scope will be updated in the plan and tip. We also have an amendment to the funding amounts for the preventative maintenance rail program. And lastly, ADA compliant rehabilitations to 8 stops on the Blue Line rail stations. So pending board approval in December, these projects would be amended to the NOACA plan and tip, and also the statewide tip. Our request is for recommendation to the executive committee for the state fiscal year 25 plan and tip amendments of the second quarter.
Okay, do I have a motion? Mike, second? Rich? Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion approved. Okay, now we have projects recommended for NOACA funds. Ed who? Oh, Ed May.
Morning. I believe there was a intro that I can cover. If not, I'll just move on to the next item.
Yeah, so to introduce the item, as you all know, NOACA develops a tip every other year, and the tip is a 4-year plan. This is the year that we are developing the plan for 2026 through 2029, and specifically looking at populating years 28 and 29. At this time, we are only allocating funds that are NOACA attributable funds, so STBG, TA, and CRP funds. And Ed will get into the specifics of the projects and the process underway. Ed?
Thank you, Director Grucci. Again, the action being requested today is for the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend to the Executive Committee for placement on the December 2024 Board of Directors agenda the projects to be recommended for NOACA SDBG, TA, and CRP funding for state fiscal year 2026 to 2029 TIP. Previously, we provided the initial overall list of projects to be considered for NOACA funding, and we presented the criteria and the methodology to evaluate the qualifying projects to this committee and also to the advisory councils and the transportation subcommittee for their input and discussion. So as was stated, we are developing the overall tip for which we will present to the board in March of 2025. And that tip will go into effect beginning on July 1 of calendar year 2025, and then through June 30th of calendar year 2029. The tip will contain road, bridge, public transit, and other federally funded transportation improvements for the 5-county region, supported by federal funds through ODOT, the transit agency allocations, and also NOACA's program allocations. Again, this action today covers only the projects recommended for NOACA funding programs, and that would be the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, the Transportation Alternatives Program, and then the Carbon Reduction Program, which provides funds for projects designed to reduce transportation emissions. With respect to the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program, the projects were already approved through the statewide CMAQ program funds in the last application round that occurred in December of 2023. So those CMAQ funded projects are already funded and determined through 2029. So a quick review providing some background on the process and the methodology. There wound up being over 900 roadway, bridge, and system enhancements that we identified through the comprehensive planning process, and that was totaling over $3.3 billion. So in order to develop the program of projects to be funded with NOACA funds in 26 through 29, we evaluated the identified needs in accordance with the approved methodology in an effort to elevate and advance those projects that best represented the priorities contained in the plan, and also those that align with the established state and federal transportation management initiatives. The process for evaluating the projects for the 26 to 29 tip is the same process we use for the current tip, the 24 through 27. That methodology involved the following steps. First, we identified needs and assembled a potential universe of projects. And then we screened those needs against the ENEO 2050 priorities and the established policies with respect to pavement condition, bridge condition, safety, congestion, et cetera. We then coordinated with the regional and the local sponsors and communities to review that universe of projects against their priorities and then revised it accordingly. And we also removed any projects that have been completed or were planned to be completed with other resources. So we whittled that down to some degree. Then we filtered the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects by regional cost effectiveness within each county and the city of Cleveland, and applied each county's share of the region's VMT to get that number, about 190 projects basically. And that was to get a more manageable number of roadway segments in each of the counties in the city of Cleveland. So we also incorporated all of the NOACA plan list projects that were adopted, and also the safety, congestion, and transportation alternatives projects, and evaluated the projects against regional significance and planning criteria and other considerations. With respect to the evaluation approach, we looked at specific regionally significant criteria, trying to gauge how important a transportation facility is to regional travel and regional destinations from a regional, a county, and a community-based perspective, looking at roadway and transportation alternative significance that facility would provide. For example, a roadway, we looked at functional class, daily traffic, what makes that road important to the region. And for transportation alternatives, evaluating bike trails and pedestrian improvements, that sort of thing. We looked at the project and whether or not it might complete a gap in a regional or a statewide bike network or a county level. And this would be consistent with the ENEO 2050 bike projects. Also, we examined how a facility addresses a deficiency or maybe improves access to intermodal facilities, job centers, educational, government, medical institutions, cultural, sports, entertainment districts, and then how it aligns with adopted plans and goals. That is like whether it's along a safety or congestion priority corridor, or whether it's located on a freight route, bike plan networks, or TLCI, safe routes to school, public transit priority corridors and so forth. And finally, we looked at the geographic equity with respect to environmental justice areas, disadvantaged communities and urban core communities, and whether or not a facility was located in it or perhaps provided access to and from there. So, so in accordance with that approach, we wound up recommending 31 projects. That's a total of about $84 million in SDBG, TA, and CRP funding. And this spreads across 27 different communities and regional agencies in the region. The list is on page 29, I think. Yeah, 29 in your materials. Now, I wanted to just say that these proposed project recommendations on the estimated budget do reflect some assumptions and considerations that we have made. And I'll try to break this down for you here. So what we're looking at here is a slide that shows the summary of NOACA funding programs. Going from left to right, you see that line 1 shows each program's total budget the total budget for each program. Line 2 shows the funding commitments for the projects programmed in the TIP, including SIB loan debt service payments. Now, line 3, that shows the balance from each of those budgets when you deduct the program commitments from the total budget. So what we're looking at here in line 3 is about $72.6 million in SDBG funds, $13 million in TA funds, and $34 million rather in CRP funding. Now, line 4 shows the board approved funding commitments for projects that are not yet programmed in the TIP. And this also includes $8 million that is designated for the TLCI program. That's $2 million per year. And line 5 shows you the available balance when you deduct those approved but not yet programmed commitments from the total budget. So we're still looking at $29.2 million, $5.6 million, and $29.7 million total, total of $65 million roughly. Now, line 6 lists the project funding recommendations for each of the programs. And then line 7 shows you the resulting balance when you deduct the project recommendations from line 6 from the available balance in line 5. And you'll see that there's a $20 million deficit in SDBG, $3.5 million in TA funds, and there's still a balance of $4.2 million in CRP funding. Now, the $20 million deficit showing in line 7, just in that SDBG column is less than half of the funding commitments that are not yet programmed. So in the event that demand exceeds the available budget, we do have strategies in place to address such circumstances. We can borrow from our NOACA budgets from one budget to another, provided we repay it the next year, or we can trade with other MPOs throughout the state to exchange budget from one year to the next. We can finance with SIB loans. Typically, that's what's done for projects whose cost is greater than 25%. If you're still, if not comfortable with the recommendations, we can revise them and schedule projects beyond 2029. That would be the TIP window, 2030 and 2031. Reduce the percentages by the respective, reduce the shares by the respective percentages, or prioritize projects working with the project sponsor. But this is the staff recommendation. With respect, excuse me.
I'm sorry,
yes.
We could just go back for one
Sure.
minute. Just to be clear, the cumulative balance where it is negative, what we are doing is over programming. And that is actually recommended by ODOT to ensure that the programs move forward. As Ed said, currently we have $34 million of unprogrammed projects from the current TIP. So to suggest that $24 million would be the appropriate amount is still below where we are today. So we need to do something both to move projects along, but to ensure that if projects do move along, or I'm sorry, if projects don't move along, we have other projects that will take their place. So just wanted to clarify that a bit.
Thank you. So, the impact of the recommended projects is, all in all, we'll be able to resurface or improve and enhance about 23 miles of roadway, make improvements to 3 intersections, improve 4,000 square feet of deck area for 2 bridge structures, construct about 4 miles or so of streetscape and bike ped improvements, and then replace 4 rail cars and support the slope stabilization of Irishtown Bend. So next steps would be for the project recommendations would be presented to the Board of Directors for approval in December. Upon board approval, staff would work with the project sponsors of the approved projects to finalize their scope, schedule, and budgets for inclusion in the 26 to 29 TIP. And then that final draft TIP would be presented to the Planning and Programming Committee for its recommendation to the board in its January meeting. I'm sorry, at its March meeting. For the board meeting's March meeting. So with that, I'd just like to recommend the Planning and Programming Committee recommend to the Executive Committee for placement on the Board of Directors agenda for December. The projects recommended for NOACA, STBG, TA, and CRP funds for the 26 to 29 TIP.
May I have a motion to approve? Mike? Second? Patrick? Alrighty, any discussion? That was a lot, Ed. A lot of money. Hearing none. Oh, there's Mike.
I didn't hear that.
You know, first I'd say we should be so lucky if we could get all of the projects programmed and move forward. The worst scenario would be that projects move out a year. That would be the worst scenario, but there are other options which we wouldn't want to, we really don't want to do, which is to cut projects cost or revenue down. I don't think we want to do that. So they would just be moved out, but we have other options as well, which is Ed explained, we could borrow money at the state level from other MPOs who don't spend it, who are under expended. We've used these tools in the past, and so we've got a pretty high comfort level with that negative balance. But again, I don't think we would recommend anything other than pushing things out a year for the worst case scenario.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say aye. Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, we have a safety performance measure targets, Ally.
Good morning slash afternoon. It's at 12 o'clock, so it's a 1 minute in between morning and afternoon. So. Okay, I'm gonna talk about the safety measure, performance measures for the targets for the 2025. And this is the action required is a recommended this item to the executive committee for this consideration of the placement on the December 2024 Board of Directors agenda. So see a calendar year 2025 safety performance measure targets, which adopted ODA's proposal 2% reduction across the 5 measures. Last year, we did this the same 2% with a adopted in a 2023-055. I will explain. So what are the safety performance measures? Management is a part of this measures, part of the FHWA overall transportation performance management program. And it started from MAP 21 and then continued in a FAST. These are acts from the FHWA and then generally supports the Highway Safety Improvement Program, HSIP. ODOT and NOACA safety plans shares a zero death vision. The 5 are number of fatalities, fatalities per 100 million VMT. If you might ask why 100 million, because the numbers are so small compared with the VMT in the region. So usually they take it 100 million. So to make it something 00 decimal, come and make it more in terms of the numbers is reasonable to read and calculate. The then number of serious injuries, then serious injuries per 100 million VMT, number of the non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries. And these targets are based on the 5-year rolling average. There was a question of why we are using 5-year moving average. In statistics and mathematics, if you're familiar, always when there's a trend, this is the technique, either we or ODOT uses this, and examples are like stock exchange, they use this, the price of the stock, or weather, or traffic, or many other things. When the changes yearly or monthly, they look at the trend of it, and they check which every month or every year, see what the trends are and how the average is moving in terms of the statistics. A state DOT, according to the FHWA, state DOTs are required to adopt targets annually, and MPOs, either they have got two choices, either they adopt the same or they can't get the alternative quantifiable targets for their region. So let's look at the data. Fatalities, you can see here, I explained the rest are a couple of slides, all the numbers, but it's meaningful if you look at the color of them. The orange background is the one which actual fatalities are actual numbers. Then the rest are the calculated based on the 5-year moving average. And when it comes to green is the one we are trying to see whether we have met the year before or not. Now, you might say, why not? We are looking at 2024 because we are in the 2024. We haven't finished the 2024. The data comes after December. So we are looking at the 2023, and you can see the actual number was 151, and the calculation is what we did for a target. It met what we did on the 2023 for 2023. And on this one, if we look at the calculation, what we're in the kind of purple color is a target for 2025. The rest is the same color and same. Now, if you look at this, sometimes the numbers of the fatalities, as an example, it goes up and down. There is a reason for this. Sometimes we can see why it's happening. For example, on 2017 and 16, it went up to 166. That's because of the cars didn't have the, there was a hands-free of the tech wasn't implied to any car. So it was just people driving and using the phone, and this crashes went up. Then when they used this car, they put the hands-free on the cars, then it came down. Then you see in the 2021 and 2022, it went up again. That's because of the COVID period. And actually number of crashes went down, but number of fatalities went up because of the people driving faster and the roads were quieter. And when accident unfortunately happened with the fatalities and all this. Then congestion actually helped to bring it down and the numbers goes there. But generally, technology will prevent these crashes in the future. Now, if you do this 2% or any percent deduction every year to calculation, you're not going to get to zero for our 2050 vision for either ours or ODOT's, anybody's. But technology is going to help us. And you have seen some cars have got when you get close to the car in front of you, it stops even if you are feeling sleepy, the car has got, buzzing and waking you up. Or many other, when you reverse, if there's somebody there, the lights and the starts. If you turn left, change lane, all this is, is coming, and that's going to help us to reduce the number of the crashes and get to the zero. But that doesn't mean you don't have to invest in infrastructure for reducing the human errors in the crashes. Next one, fatality rates per 100 million VMT. Again, the orange one is the actual data. And the green one is the one, we compare with the 2020 is numerically, we haven't met but you can see in the margin of error, 1.13, 1.15 is not as a kind of, I would say that we met that target. And for 2025 is a 1.19. Serious injuries, same format, but this time we didn't meet, so it's a color changes to red. It was the target, the actual number was 1,290. What we had, actual number 1,290, but the target was 1,264. So we didn't meet. Then 2025 is, the target is 1,291 based on the same calculations. Serious injury rates, same one, obvious is obvious because we didn't meet that. We're not gonna, is close enough again. I would say in a margin of error between 9.59 and the 9.69, but is a borderline. Next is a non-motorized. Non-motorized is a, we didn't meet, and that's the actual number is 179 for 2023, and we had the target for 161. So for 2025 is 164. So putting all this together for 2025 with a 2% reduction, it comes with a 156 for fatalities. Fatalities rate per 100 million VMT, 1.19. Serious injuries, 1,291. Serious injuries rate per 100 million VMT is a 9.82, and unmotorized fatalities and serious injuries, 164. Financial max, none. And then next step is the pending board approval. The long range plan and the tip safety related targets will be updated. So the action is recommending this item to the executive committee for its consideration of the placement on the December 2024 board of the directors agenda. And the calendar year 2025 safety performance measure targets, which adopts ODOT's proposed 2% reduction across the 5 measures.
Okay, do I have a motion? Aye. Second? Rich? Any discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted on the record, just that this gives me a lot of pause. I have a staff member that sits on BPAC, and I heard about the very robust discussion that happened at BPAC. They voted down this action item because they didn't feel that 2% was aggressive enough. It then went to Transportation Committee, where I understand there's a brief conversation again about it. It was passed in Transportation Subcommittee, but having just sat through Policy Committee and hearing an aggressive goal of 46% to reduce admissions and talking about a 2% reduction in fatalities, I don't think it's aggressive enough. We also talk about how safety is the most important thing to do. And I don't see how the SAVE plan having a goal of 50% by 2040 is going to be, we're going to get there by 2% increase each year. I do not feel this is, I don't know the policy behind what happens at advisory committee, then to subcommittee, then here, but the fact that it was the people who are really bike and pedestrian users and conversations that happen there and concerns that just seem to be disregarded that got all the way here. And I know this has to get to the board because we have to make a decision on what our goal is going to be, but the fact that we don't always have to follow ODOT and we can make our own measure, I feel like there could be some way to negotiate either if it's not 2 and it can't be 5. I know there's a lot of modeling that goes behind this, but I just don't think for as important as we're saying safety is in the region, a 2% goal is aggressive enough.
And as the chair of the subcommittee for transportation, there was a robust discussion. Remember, transportation is primarily engineers, ODOT. And Jacob Van Sickle did present why he thought this was too low. You just heard a safety presentation from a member of NOACA at OTEC of how bad safety is for pedestrians. However, our committee did approve these recommendations basically because they're the same as ODOT's. And I agree, there is some, RTA just had a fatality yesterday, 2 days ago on the rail. It's hard to set a goal that include people being fatally injured, but our committee did recommend it.
Can I just add what, reply to the question or comment? Is generally what we are talking about, we are not following what ODOT says. As I explained, is something when you look at the trend, whether ODOT uses or we use it or anybody else, is a moving average, is a commonly used in any statistical measures, any mathematics. There's no, because ODOT says 2% or ODOT uses moving average. We are using, actually these charts you see, I developed a few years back with one of the staff came from ODOT and we sit down and looking through this, and moving average is the comment from the BPAC you mentioned. First, it was about the technique, which I think is you take the minimum or maximum, whatever, they are not statistically approved. These are the ones, as I said, is not in this area, in the traffic, in the stock, in a weather, in a whatever temperature, whatever they use is to get the moving average because they want to find out the trend. And if you take for 1 year high, although I showed you the slides, sometimes it goes high because of the human errors and sometimes go down. And the other issue in this is 95%, over 95% of the accidents and crashes are human errors. That doesn't mean we are not for that infrastructure excuse and we are not doing, we don't have to do anything. We have to have a target. We have to have a built-in infrastructure to reduce number of the crashes as a human. But if somebody unfortunately drinks and gets drunk and goes and hits, and that's any infrastructure, any investment, that's going to happen. We can't do anything. Again, I'm repeating myself. We are not going to be excused. We are going to look at this and we're going to go there and make sure. And yes, even if you say 5%, 10% target, still the numbers that you saw that is actual crashes happening. That doesn't bring the numbers. Investment on this safety field is going to bring down the numbers, and that's going to help generally the region, not numbers whether 2% or 5%. But I am sure that the technology on the cars and the roads and all this is going to apply and is going to come down to the zero vision. Is not a kind of, we are not going to get there. I'm sure we're going to get there in long term.
Mike?
If I could just follow up. So I was part of that discussion in the Transportation Committee, and Mr. Van Sickle was there. He spoke about it. So I'm wondering, is there the ultimate downside for us to try and increase that percentage? And there was a correspondence by Mr. Van Sickle earlier today that I think went to most of the board members. And obviously that board was recommending, or that the VPAC had recommended a 5%. But the downside to us to increase this, to strive for something a little bit better here is, maybe we're not at that 5% level. Maybe we're at 3.5%, 4%. Can you speak to that?
Okay.
Unfortunately, I didn't hear what Dave.
Grace, you got something to say?
I was just going to repeat the question. So Mr. Dever is asking, what is the downside, or what are the some of the disadvantages of increasing the percent to 5%, and then perhaps even maybe it's not 5%, but maybe it's somewhere between 2% and 5%. But why wouldn't we want to do that?
The target generally for any planning project should be achievable. If I say 10%, 15%, yeah, it's a good number, you show. But in reality, we are not talking about abstract and theory. We are talking about actually something we can achieve. If we say 10%, are we going to achieve 10% reduction in safety? If somebody looks at these numbers I present to anybody, they're going to say, there's no way you can 10% reducing it. So is it manageable? Sometimes we can see we achieve, but I'm sure if you put a 5%, 10%, always we're going to be in red, we are not going to achieve. So from the planning point of view, And in terms of the project, we have to set something target we can achieve. I mean, something I can walk to if my house was in Cleveland, I would walk there, is achievable. If you tell me walk home for 20 miles, is not achievable. That's not the target. I do any exercise, I can't get home walking there. So something should be in a environment in terms of planning, so achievable. That's not 10% or 5% is not.
Well, to become achievable, I mean, this board and maybe other boards need to just be that much more aggressive and trying to meet that higher goal. So I don't buy it when you say 2%. Sure, it's achievable. Okay, that's the easy way out. Why can't we try and strive for something better here? And that means more hard work from this group, staff, and others. So I think it's a valid argument that we should be trying to really raise the bar here, especially in this is the most populated area in the state for now, anyways. But it's I think it's important. So I would almost recommend through an amendment that we increase that limit, that percentage.
And the other side of the coin is the investment. If you say 5% or 10% is going to be the same, is how much we can invest.
As a board that creates policy and looks at projects, we know what safety looks like. We can look at decreased speed limits. We can look at forgetting rights on red. We can look at lit crosswalks and pedestrian tables in our projects. We can do all that to increase safety on the projects that come through this board, which is just about everything that's federally funded in transportation. We can do that.
So just in regards to then, I mean, I know we have a time limit to get this obviously advanced, right? 180 days from when ODOT approved their safety measures.
But your point is well taken that you can do an amendment if you wanted to, but I think.
Well, Mike, let's hear from Mayor Alley.
Thank you. And back to Director Serby's point, Dr. Macaracci said that 2% will not get you to zero. So I guess the question is, what number can get us to zero percentage wise? And if you have it, I'd like to hear it. If not, I'll wait. But I guess the point is, this is going to happen over time, and as technology and things change, I'd at least like to see us a percentage that's going to get us to zero at some point. Thank you.
I believe in our long range plan, which spans 3 decades, we do get to zero. And in the first decade, they are the 2%. The second and third decade assume, which is 2030 to 2040 and 2040 to 2050, assume that technology, particularly autonomous vehicles and computer assisted vehicle driving, will improve the statistics and allow us to get to zero.
Mary?
And just final comment on that, because I know in the long range plan, it is Vision Zero. And I think I understand the technology of cars, but I think to Mary Beth's point, this agency funds projects. And I think the very first and foremost question of how we're funding these projects has got to be safety. So I do think there's an onus on us and not waiting for technology to just plan on that being the solution to reduce it. I mean, going from 151 fatalities is it's too much to begin with. And now the new goal is 156. I mean, I have a pause. I just am really thinking this is not strong enough. And I would go along with Mr. Dever if he would like to do an amendment to the motion.
Oh, John? Do you, is this an annual program that has to be approved, or is it a 2-year program, 3-year program from ODOT?
The annual.
Believe it's annual.
Okay. Well, if it's annual, maybe the way to handle this is because, rather than search for a number from 2 to 5 and just guess, why don't you raise this to 3 this year, if that works, 4 next year, 5 the following year, and work your way up to whatever number that's going to satisfy the 2040.
Well, I appreciate that from the committee chair to make that recommendation. I think it's a valid point, and we need to do something beyond. more so than what we're currently.
Well, what's the penalty if you set it at 3% and you only get 2.5%?
There isn't.
So, but you have had an improvement. Of course, you could leave it at 2, you get 2.5%, that's even better. But if you put it at 3, you're striving for something. And if you're short, then you look and see evaluate why you're short. And then maybe next year, go to 3, 3.5, 4. If you want to move it, I think that in small increments for the first year would be appropriate.
So if there is no, go ahead. Sorry, Jeff. Sorry, Chair.
I just want to bring up the number is just a number. It's more about as a board and as a committee, we have to apply the resources and the funding to actually make the difference. And that's just, I don't want that to get lost in the discussion.
And I think that's ultimately the point, Mr. Chair. That was ultimately the point is we need to be that much more focused on it. If that is, we just came from a conference. I think you were down there, down in Columbus, OTEC conference, and this was at the forefront of it. Safe Streets for All was a critical piece or a conversation that was taking place down there. So I'm going to make a recommendation. With that being said, that we do raise it to what the chair has recommended to a 3%.
But we think we need to withdraw the first, or is it just an amendment?
Well, we just have a motion. We don't have an amendment yet.
Right. So to the motion that was on the floor, I'm recommending an amendment to that motion to increase the percentage to 3%.
Okay.
For ultimate adoption or.
Do I have a second to that? Mary. All right. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank
you. Any more discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess Grace and Sarah are back up. Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Plan update.
Great. So the Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Plan is something that we adopt every 5 years. And it really focuses on the needs assessment and goal setting to improve mobility. And a lot of it is is focused on the public outreach that needs to be done in order to make that assessment. It is a requirement, and it specifically aligns with the objectives of the 5310 program. And as I often say, when the 5310 program comes up for approval, it's not our largest program. It's usually about $3 million a year, but it is critically important to the communities that we serve. So just putting this in perspective, that the Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Plan is the foundation for the policies and the goals, the processes for the 5310 program. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you. So the action requested for this item would be to recommend it to the Executive Committee for placement on the December 2024 Board of Directors agenda. There has been no previous action on this item. So just quickly, as Director Gallucci noted, our current coordinated plan is called Mobilize Accessibility for Independence, and it was adopted by the Board of Directors in 2019. Again, focusing on mobility specifically for seniors and individuals with disabilities, but understanding, that if we create a built environment that helps those individuals, it will help all of us. It is a regional document and it's being updated this year. Again, this is a requirement of the Section 5310 program. And allows us to take a look at our region and our urbanized area to take a look at what are those express needs, the biggest needs, and and how we can best coordinate to get the most out of that funding from the Federal Transit Administration. And I will just note that specifically it does call for a process that includes participation by seniors and individuals with disabilities. So where we are right now is we had an RFP released in February of this year, and we received 3 proposals. The selection committee did choose RLS and Associates out of Dayton. They have extensive work in coordinated plans across Ohio and the Midwest. And we are getting a bonus in that they're subcontracting with Texas A&M's Transportation Institute. And they have a really great background in terms of paratransit and larger national work in this area. We had a kickoff meeting in July, and every month we have been having technical advisory committee meetings, so we can reach back out to those people in the field who are working directly every day with older adults and people with disabilities, so they can advise us and give us new content. We have also done some extensive public engagement. So we've had 7 public meetings. We had an online survey, which is still available, but it will be closing soon. We've also had focus groups. So 2 examples were with transportation providers and subject experts. And we also attended the Northeast Ohio Aging and Disability Summit a few Fridays ago, and it was an excellent event where we were able to speak with lots of people. There were over 400 attendees. And then still upcoming, we will be having transportation providers finish their surveys and then do some data collection. So we know what providers are out there providing specialized service to these populations. So for plan deliverables, we do have 2 items that were provided to us by the consultant, and they were linked within the memo. So you would be able to take a look at them. One is the technical memorandum that goes through information about our agency. But I think most importantly, it's updates to demographic data. So this is based on the 2020 census and gives us a look at a population that is rapidly aging in our in the United States and in our region. And then again, the Texas A&M Transit Institute provided us with a national trends in meeting specialized transportation needs peer review. So I think it was a great document that gives us ideas of what other agencies are doing and what some of the newer trends are, especially when we have smaller mobility as a service, van pools, and then also transportation network companies like Uber and Lyft. So how can we leverage that type of on-demand service, but make sure that it is specifically meeting the needs of seniors and people with disabilities? So pending from the consultant, they will be providing us a full summary of the findings of the public engagement process. And then we will also have taking all of this, packaging it up into a final coordinated plan document. So that will also have our goals and strategies. For financial impacts, we do have a contract with RLS and Associates not to exceed $146,000, which was approved by the board. And the funding for this project is coming from the Ohio Consolidated Planning Grant. So just reiterating those next steps, we'll complete the public outreach. We will identify mobility needs based on all of that information. RLS will develop some goals and strategies, and we will be reviewing all of those goals and strategies with the Technical Advisory Committee and also bringing it back to the NOACA Transit Council. Our intent is to present the final draft to the Board of Directors at the December 13th meeting. So our request is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee meeting so we can bring it to the board in December. Thank you.
Okay, I need a motion. Mary? Second? Mike? Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. We have another Sarah. Holy mackerel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Stanzi. I'm a Water Quality Planner 1 here at NOACA. And today we are requesting that this item is recommended to the Executive Committee for its consideration of placement on the December 2024 Board of Directors agenda. The item is the Cuyahoga County 5-Year Facility Planning Area or FPA Boundary and Prescription Update. This item was recommended by the Water Quality Subcommittee at their September 20th meeting. As an area-wide water quality management agency, NOACA is contracted by the Ohio EPA to maintain current and accurate wastewater FPA maps for its 5-county region. NOACA staff engages the designated management agencies or DMAs of each NOACA county once every 5 years as an opportunity to review FPA maps for any needed updates. Secondary DMAs and affected jurisdictions are also involved in the process to ensure transparency and collaboration. In early 2024, NOACA staff initiated a countywide FPA review in Cuyahoga County, and this is an overview of our process. We worked with the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District or NERSD staff early on and met with them weekly over the 6-month period that we worked on this update. In working with them, we were able to utilize their sophisticated ArcGIS online system, which helped us increase the accuracy of our FPA boundaries and prescriptions. In this phase of the update, we also established standards and rules. For example, in this update, we really wanted to ensure that the FPA boundaries and prescription followed parcel lines, but there were certain cases that we could not align the FPA or the prescriptions to the parcel line, so we decided that the current FPA boundary and prescriptions would serve as a default. Water quality planning staff was simultaneously working on the 8 NERSD sub-FPAs and the other FPAs in Cuyahoga County. And once we developed the proposed boundaries and prescriptions for each FPA, we brought everything together, created the proposed maps, and sent them to the primary and secondary DMAs and affected jurisdictions for review. We then gave the DMAs time to provide feedback. Some DMAs provided feedback and some did not. Those that did not provide feedback submitted an acknowledgement of map accuracy form. For those that did provide feedback, we facilitated discussions among affected agencies about any proposed changes and ensured that there was agreement. We did receive acknowledgement of map accuracy forms from all primary DMAs in Cuyahoga County, confirming that all agencies are in agreement on these proposed modifications. Now we are at the last stage of our process in which we have combined and prepared all the updates to bring through the NOACA board approval process. So just to give some background, there are 12 FPAs and 12 primary DMAs in Cuyahoga County spanning 59 jurisdictions. We sent out the proposed maps to primary DMAs, secondary DMAs, and affected jurisdictions for review in August. The DMAs were asked to confirm or identify updates to the proposed FPA boundaries and prescriptions when we sent out the maps and forms. There were 3 primary DMAs that submitted feedback, including Lakewood, North Royalton, and Solon. And there were 4 primary DMAs or 4 secondary DMAs or affected jurisdictions that submitted feedback, which included Brook Park, Brecksville, Geauga County, and Orange. Again, all primary DMAs submitted signed acknowledgement of map accuracy forms to NOACA to verify the proposed changes. NOACA's county-wide FPA update process consolidates all submitted FPA updates from the various DMAs into a single FPA map modification for the entire county. So attachment 1 shows the current FPA boundaries and prescriptions for wastewater treatment in Cuyahoga County. And attachment 2 on the right-hand side of the screen shows our proposed boundaries and prescriptions. We also included tables detailing each change we made on the parcel level in the packet for today's meeting for your review. Eight out of the 12 DMAs accepted NOACA's initial proposed FPA boundary and prescription modifications, including Bedford, Bedford Heights, Euclid, Medina County, NURSD, North Olmsted, Rocky River, and Strongsville, although we did not propose any updates to the Strongsville FPA or prescriptions. And then again, we had 3 primary DMAs and 4 secondary DMAs or affected jurisdictions that submitted feedback. We reviewed that feedback, facilitated discussions, and then we reached agreement. And we are very pleased that all agencies accepted the proposed changes. And again, all agencies are in agreement. The 5-year countywide FPA and prescription update ensures that current sewer service and availability are accurately reflected. This process also helps us streamline the need for individual FPA modification requests. It allows primary and secondary DMAs to provide direction and feedback in the development of these boundaries and prescriptions. And this year, we really enhanced and broadened our application of GIS, which resulted in more accurate FPA boundaries and prescriptions, which can help prevent any confusion or disputes in the future. ArcGIS Online was a very powerful tool we learned during this process, and it was a great collaborative platform for us to use when we worked with NURSD. So we plan on using ArcGIS Online as we initiate the 5-year update process again early next year. Holding a kickoff meeting is a good way to get DMAs thinking about the changes that have happened over the last 5 years and to provide them with information about the update process. And then holding report out meetings ensures all parties have the finalized information. We can answer any questions, and we can thank the DMAs for their time and assistance with this update. At the beginning of this process, we requested updated sewer line data, and securing that data early on was very helpful in case we had questions or had to make any edits. And in the future, we are going to collect and review any available sewer master plans so that we can be more proactive in updating our prescriptions, ensuring that our maps are aligned with local plans for sewer infrastructure. So our next steps, as with all NOACA board approved FPA modifications, following board approval, the signed resolution will be sent to Ohio EPA for certification by the governor and then on to US EPA for approval. Copies of the resolution and updated FPA maps will be sent to the appropriate agencies. Again, we are requesting that this item is recommended to the executive committee for its consideration of placement on the December 2024 Board of Directors agenda. The item is the Cuyahoga County 5-year facility planning area or FPA boundary and prescription update.
Yeah, Mike. Okay. It's moved. A second? Ally? Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you, Sarah. The other Sarah, that is. Okay, there's no future action. Information, NOACA van pool program. Leah?
Apologies, I can't hear you back there. Hi, my name is Leah, and I'm a planner in the programming division here at NOACA. And I know you guys have had a lot of information thrown at you today, but just hang with me. We're going to go on a little van pool adventure here together. So no action is being requested right now. The item is for information and input or discussion. Previous action was the regional van pool policy that was set in resolution 2021-50. And then we presented this specific presentation to Transit Council and Transportation Committee. So I'm going to go through the program purpose and a little bit of background pretty quickly because I think everyone should be familiar with the program now. But just a little synopsis, the van pool program is to provide alternative transportation to connect residents, to connect employees to their employers, promote competitive transportation costs, reduce travel time, improve air quality, and increase social equity and economic vitality. As you know, we have a subsidy model with our van pool program that offers between 50% and 80% off of the van pool costs that enterprise normally would charge monthly. And this is to incentivize and offset costs for the participants, of course, and it's consistent with the federal CMAQ and FHWA regulations. We currently have, we actually have grown since making this presentation. We have 49 active van pools, and those belong to the Lewis Stokes VA and RW Beckett. We also have a new one through NCC Solutions. And as you can see from the graphics, they come from all over the NOACA region and even outside the NOACA region. The van pool program is set up that as long as you are coming into the NOACA region for work, then you can be originating from outside, as in Stark or Summit County. Some background on the marketing that we've done for this program. We've done outreach and targeted regional audiences, such as when we went to the Lorain County Chamber of Commerce Expo, or doing lunch and learns, or having one-on-one conversations with businesses such as B-Valve. Outreach methods include presentations, event tabling, individual contact, print materials distribution, and of course our Vanpool website. And there's a map there showing, in essence, all the locations that we have specifically reached out to. But of course, that doesn't include all the individuals that were, say, at the Lorain County Expo. We've also had a Vanpool decal update with the NOACA logo update, of course. So those are refreshed and on the Vanpool vehicles now, driving around the region. Our program impacts include air quality metrics. We've had some CO2 offset through this program, and this is calendar year, not state fiscal year. We've also had cost savings to the participant. They save money using the Vanpool program as opposed to driving their own single occupancy vehicle. And cars up the road, of course, help the CO2 offset. So now I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about the research that we've done regarding our Vanpool program in contrast to Vanpool programs throughout the United States. And this is because the Vanpool program, as you know, is a pilot. It's been operating for 2 years, I believe now. So this is kind of just encapsulating what we have done, what the nation shows, and hopefully we'll have some discussion on how we can best move forward with this program. So Washington State DOT has the largest Vanpool program in the nation, and we found that their statistics were declining. And this is a national Vanpool trend, that Vanpool just isn't as popular anymore. So they're not exempt from that trend. Also, Chicago, they've experienced a decrease in their Vanpool program as well, as have North Front Range MPO in Colorado and Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission in Pittsburgh. So we gathered from various areas in the United States, and we also, of course, accessed a local MPO, MORPC in Columbus, to see what their experience was as well. They too have experienced a decrease in their Vanpool program, although they have slowly been registering more Vanpools since COVID. Most of their growth is with their VA, similar to our program here in NOACA. They use a different subsidy model than us, though, due to the fact that VA employees already have a transportation subsidy from the federal government. So to not overlap that, they employ an empty seat subsidy for their VA Vanpools. The manager of their program does acknowledge that it's harder than ever to get Vanpools on the road and registered. And probably the main difference between MORPC and NOACA is that they have 2 full-time employees who focus solely on their rideshare and Vanpool program, and have full autonomy to manage the promotion, the marketing, administration, et cetera. Whereas here at NOACA, we're more divided in terms of our division and having multiple projects that we manage in addition to the Vanpool program. We also did a cost benefit analysis calculated for state fiscal year 2024, just to show the benefit to the participants in the Vanpool program. And in terms of the benefits that they receive versus the total program costs, the cost benefit analysis does come to 1 to 2.5. So that's pretty good. Some considerations that we've gathered throughout this research is that there's a national trend of van pool participation decline, especially since COVID, but even before COVID. Time spent on the marketing with limited registrations is an issue nationwide and definitely in Newaka. There are limited vendors. Commute with Enterprise essentially monopolizes Ohio. So even if we were to put out another RFP, I believe they may be the only person to respond. VA is receiving a majority of the CMAQ support when they already receive a federal subsidy. So that's a consideration. NOACA and MORPC use CMAQ funds for van pool, but in different ways with our subsidies. And then unfortunately, there's been a limited impact with environmental justice subsidy. We only have 2 vans out of our 49 that take advantage of that because they're the only ones coming from the environmental justice areas at the time. So some things I want everyone else to consider is the program future. Should we continue the program as is, continue full force with marketing and outreach efforts as we have capacity to do to try to register new van pools? Should we modify the program and perhaps put a cap on the number of van pool programs that we subsidize with CMAQ funding? Or reduce and redirect the budget to better use those CMAQ dollars? Or we could sunset the program, continue to administer subsidy for a 3-year eligibility period, which is the CMAQ regulation, but do not add new van pools. And the CMAQ funds can be reallocated to other projects. So next steps, NOACA staff will continue to evaluate the van pool program and provide updates to subcommittees and committees for potential future action. And that's all.
Any questions, young lady? Hearing none, thank you. Okay, is there any updates on the reports? Hearing none, old business, hearing none, new business, hearing none, motion to adjourn. We're adjourned. You all voted yes. No, not me.